Chapter 876. Zhang Feng was very angry. The consequence was naturally, didn't I ask you to get the coal? You got the coal? You still have the nerve to drink here? I only have such a small pot of wine. Can't you leave me alone for a while? Zhang Feng roared with some distress. He pointed at the leftovers on the table after Cheng Yaojin and Qin Haodong had left. Li Qingxian didn't care about that. He drank the wine and ate the leftovers on the table with relish. After coming down from Shao Mountain today, Li Qingxian rode the white horse all the way to the imperial palace. After reporting to Li Shimin waved his hand and wrote a note directly. Then he asked Li Qingxian to search the imperial palace thoroughly. All the places where coal could be hidden, from the imperial kitchen to the Imperial Institute of Medicine, were searched thoroughly. Even the local treasury of Chang'an City was thoroughly searched by Li Qingxian. But even so, Li Qingxian only got 3 carts of coal. Li Qingxian didn't know why Zhang Feng wanted so much coal, but his reason told him that the steel was ready this time. And the most important thing was that the gun Zhang Feng promised him was ready. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Li Qingxian, Zhang Feng had to say helplessly, "Eat, eat, eat, sooner or later you will die. By the way, how are you doing with the coal? You still talk about coal? Since I came down from Shao Mountain today, I haven't touched a single grain of rice. But fortunately, I'm resourceful and really got 3 carts of coal. Now I'm transporting it to the mountain. But let me tell you something. In the whole Chang'an City, except for those officials, there is no coal. If you want it, you have to wait for Uncle Yu to get it for you from Tubo. Or wait for the people of the Wang clan to open a kiln." Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief after learning that he had obtained 3 carriages of coal. So be it. At least his urgent need was solved. As for coal, Zhang Feng had been thinking about how to smelt steel when he was lying on the recliner. Coal was really a necessary material. Otherwise, if the temperature was not high enough, iron would not be able to be smelted into steel. However, if he were to rely on transporting coal from Tubo, it would be impossible to put out a nearby fire. Moreover, if someone were to find out about his secret, then he would be standing on the cusp of the storm. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shrink back into the recliner. Looking at Li Qingxian who was stuffing himself with food, he couldn't help but ask, "Are there any coal mountains near Chang'an?" "Why are you asking this?" Li Qingxian asked in surprise. He bit his chopsticks and pondered for a long time before saying, "If it's a mountain of coal, there shouldn't be any. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a high price to buy coal from the Wang clan. Moreover, those big clans seem to have a dog's nose. Do you think they would let go of such an opportunity?" That was true. Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng faintly felt that there seemed to be coal mines near Chang'an, which was in Lantian County. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Or was there really no coal in the world that Lao Tzu had transmigrated to? According to his memory, there was a large amount of coal reserves near Chang'an. Moreover, in Lantian County near Shao Mountain, there should be a large number of coal mines. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Li Qingxian, do you know about Lantian County?" "I do." Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly said, "Stop eating. Go and find the county magistrate." Li Qingxian was stunned. "I, Li Qingxian. As the crown prince, you want me to go and find the county magistrate?" However, seeing Zhang Feng's excited face, he couldn't help but be even more confused. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made Li Qingxian unable to sit still. "If I'm not wrong, that Lantian County has a large number of coal mines." Hearing this, Li Qingxian completely exploded. The most troublesome thing for the palace now was that all kinds of resources were basically monopolized by the big clans. If Lantian County had it, then, however, this wasn't certain. After all, Zhang Feng had never been to that place. It was only a guess. In an instant, Li Qingqian's enthusiasm was mostly extinguished. Li Qingqian walked lazily to the door and coughed. The guard commander who was standing at the door appeared beside him like a ghost. Li Qingqian instructed and once again sat in front of Zhang Feng with a heavy heart. "Fengzi, are you sure that Lantian County really has it?" "How could Zhang Feng be sure?" "I don't know yet. However, I'm guessing that place should have it. There's a lot of hope. If that place has coal, then we'll be rich." Just as the two of them were fantasizing about a beautiful tomorrow, Niu Weili was sweating profusely as he plunged into the small tavern. He seemed to be afraid as he looked behind him. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng also noticed Niu Weili's strange behavior. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to ask, Niu Weili immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Brother Zhang, we meet again." "Young master, may I ask?" Li Qingqian said indifferently, "Just call me Li Qingqian." Niu Weili's eyebrows twitched. As if remembering something, he circled around Li Qingqian and said, "Brother Zhang, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" Chapter 877. Calling him Brother Zhang. Li Qingqian was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. But in order to find out if there was a coal mine in Lantian County, Li Qingqian endured it. Zhang Feng and Niu Weili chatted for a bit, and even drank 3 bowls of wine. They still had their arms around each other's necks, and kept calling each other old brothers. "Brother, I heard that your hometown is in Lantian." Niu Weili was already dizzy after drinking 3 bowls of white wine. He had never drunk such wine before, and it was 3 big bowls in a row. No one could take it. "Yes. Yes, brother, how did you know?" "Hey! Who in Chang'an City doesn't know Master Niu's name? Who doesn't know him? I've been sitting on the mountain and I've been hearing people talking about Master Niu." Niu Weili patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a red face and said, "Don't talk about it, brother has a hard time." Li Qingqian rolled his eyes and continued to drink his wine. Zhang Feng continued to ask, then, "Brother, can you tell me about Lantian?" "Brother, my Shao Mountain is not far from Lantian. I plan to buy some property in Lantian. Can you tell me about it?" Hearing that, Niu Weili patted his chest and said, "Then, brother, you found the right person. I've been a county magistrate in Lantian for so many years, and I grew up drinking Lantian water. I remember every blade of grass and every tree in Lantian. When the time comes, just tell me, what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, brother, can you tell me about Lantian? After all, I haven't been to Lantian." "Hey! What's the big deal?" Lantian, Niu Weili took advantage of the wine and said a lot of things while he was dizzy and spitting saliva. Finally, after he finished, Zhang Feng poured him another bowl of wine and asked, "Then, brother, do you have coal in Lantian?" "Coal?" In an instant, Niu Weili woke up. "I know about this thing, but I've only heard of it. The place in Lantian's Erpi Gully is also called Erpi Ridge. There are people there who saw a black stone when they were herding cattle and sheep. They said that it was burning and smoking. I don't know if it's true or not. But other than that, Lantian has never heard of this thing." After saying that, Niu Weili was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you want to." Zhang Feng nodded. Meanwhile, Li Qingqian could no longer sit still as he looked at Niu Weili in shock. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Niu Weili was silent for a while before he said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't have said this. But since you asked, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do you know the people of Taiyuan Wang clan?" When Zhang Feng heard about the Wang clan again, and it was about a county magistrate, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. "I know, but what does this have to do with the Wang clan?" Niu Weili poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "Brother, you don't know. A few years ago, when I was working in Lantian, the people of the Wang clan would come here every few days. Although I didn't know what they were doing, I learned from a drunkard of the Wang clan later that the people of the Wang clan were looking for underground things. But in the past 2 years, they didn't go there often. If you want to do this, you have to weigh the power of the Wang clan first, otherwise, hearing Niu Weili's words. Li Qingqian's face suddenly changed. The people of the Wang clan actually extended their claws to Lantian? However, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in these things. As long as this place wasn't sold, the Lao Tzu wouldn't be afraid of you. When the Lao Tzu got the firearms, I don't care what your family name is. If you provoke the Lao Tzu will wipe you out in minutes. Brother, did the people of the Wang clan buy land in Lantian? With this question, Niu Weili instantly fell silent. After drinking a full bowl of wine, Niu Weili said, "No, but they have seen the place in Erpi Ridge a few times. Otherwise, how could I remember living in this place?" Zhang Feng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't sold. Once the important matters were dealt with. Zhang Feng and Niu Weili chatted about this and that until Niu Weili was drunk. Zhang Feng said to Li Qingqian, "Now you should know what to do, right?" "How would I know what you want to do? Are you going to kill him to silence him?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Qingqian as if looking at an idiot. "Why don't you kill him for me to see? Lao Tzu wants you to buy land. Buy the entire Erpi Ridge for me, as well as the area around it. Buy as much as you can. Buy land." Although the price of land other than arable land was very low, it still cost 10 copper coins per mu. Zhang Feng just had to say that he was going to buy the land. Where was the money? While talking, Li Qingqian stretched out his hand. "Give me the money, I'll buy it now." Zhang Feng was a little confused. "Look at how much my meat is worth. Take it and sell it." Li Qingqian also cried when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Brother, my good brother, look at how much my meat is worth. I really don't have any money. Give me some money to build the school. If it weren't for those industries in Chang'an, I would have sold clothes in pawn shops." Chapter 878. The land in the Tang dynasty was extremely cheap. As long as you had money. With legal procedures, you could buy and sell as much as you wanted. No one would care, and they would be too lazy to leave. People would even want you to buy the entire piece of land. That would be great. This was the Tang dynasty. If this was the suburbs of Xi and in the future, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, hee. Zhang Feng drove Li Qingqian away. As long as he got the coal mine, he would also be a person with a mine. After Zhang Feng casually cleaned up the dishes, he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. He couldn't help but take out the dirt that Niu Weili had sent. These things, although they didn't look like much, only Zhang Feng knew that they were good things. Potatoes. The potato in Zhang Feng's hand was not big, only the size of an egg. And its color was brown. This was the earliest type of potato. Zhang Feng didn't know if this potato had really been soaked in water. Logically speaking, he really didn't believe that a broken ship could survive such a long journey. Even if this potato was lucky enough to survive such a long journey, it was still unknown if it could be grown. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart. Since he couldn't sleep, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think about the potatoes. The brewery was next door. Holding the 7 potatoes, Zhang Feng went out with his hands behind his back. He hadn't been to the brewery for a long time. At this time, because of the wheat, few people came in and out of the brewery. But once the wheat was harvested, it would definitely be very lively. But at this time, except for the malt smell of distillers' grains, it seemed abandoned. The Chang'an brewery sign hung at the entrance. At this time, there was no one guarding. As soon as he entered the brewery, he saw 3 old men using brooms to clean up the distillers' grains piled up everywhere in the big yard. When he saw someone come in, Old Man Chu lazily shouted without raising his head, "There's no more wine. You have to wait 2 days for more wine." You are Feng. Prince Zhang. One of the old men seemed to recognize Zhang Feng and exclaimed before the other man finished speaking. Hearing this, the remaining two old men hurriedly turned around. Seeing that it was indeed Zhang Feng, the three old men happily welcomed him. Hee, are you busy? Zhang Feng greeted the three old men with a smile. No. It's so idle that it's going to get moldy. It's because the weather is good, so I'm thinking of drying these wine grains. When spring comes, I'll send them to the fields in Shao Mountain to plant crops there. Obviously, they didn't know that Zhang Feng didn't plant any crops on the deserted mountain. In their minds, if they could buy a mountain, wouldn't that mean it was an important place? However, the unintentional actions of these three old men still made Zhang Feng somewhat moved. If this potato could be successfully cultivated and tested within this year, then Ma Zhou might be busy next year. Zhang Feng smiled as he looked at the three old men and taught them how to let the distiller's grains ferment naturally. After teaching them, Zhang Feng and the three old men sat on the firewood in front of the stove and asked, "How's the brewery's sales now?" Sigh. Hearing this, the three old men instantly sighed. If it was a month ago, the threshold here would have been broken. However, ever since the famine, some people who were so hungry that they didn't even let go of the distiller's grains. It's great now. Although the famine has basically stabilized, the beer is considered a waste. Without food, what can we do? So now, in order to make a living, basically everyone has gone to Shao Mountain. Only the three of us are here to guard the door. If your friends send food over, the three of us can basically take care of it. It's also considered as guarding the door. Zhang Feng heard this and felt helpless. Without food, how could they brew the beer? However, now that Lao Li had the recipe for the white wine, this old man must have put his focus on the white wine. How could he think of this? The three old men were probably going to be idle for a long time. However, looking at the potatoes in his hand, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. Three old men, I plan to close the brewery by the end of the year. Hearing this, a trace of loneliness flashed across the three old men's faces. Although there was only a daily income of 5 copper coins, what was that for? They were guarding the door. They were already in their 60s. The old village chief pitied them for being able to find a job here. They didn't starve to death during the famine. Now, if the owner wanted to close the brewery, what could they say? However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made the three old men very excited. However, although the brewery is closed, this place will still be guarded by the three of you. I have a secret mission here. This mission is very difficult. I don't usually tell people. However, seeing that the three of you are respected elders in Tong Hui Fang, I want to ask for your help. How could the three old men withstand Zhang Feng's words? They were so agitated that their toothless lips trembled. Prince Zhang, what are you talking about? The three of us have been servants for our whole lives. We originally wanted to starve to death. Fortunately, Tong Hui Fang has a deity like you. The entire Tong Hui Fang has received good news. Zhang Feng's face turned stiff. If the three of you continue to be like this, that kid will find someone else. Hearing this, the three old men immediately stopped crying. Zhang Feng opened a paper bag in his hand and revealed 7 potatoes inside. I'll teach you a way later. You must remember that this thing is very precious. At least we don't have it in the Tang dynasty. This is from here. Zhang Feng pointed to the sky as he spoke. The three old men were so frightened that they trembled and almost knelt down again. Zhang Feng hurriedly threatened them again. Only then did the three old men stand up in shock. This is good stuff. Once it's planted, there will be no famine. Hearing this, the old men who had been farming for their whole lives couldn't sit still. They all gathered around and looked at the potatoes. Some even rubbed their wrinkled faces against the potatoes. It didn't matter if they saw it. Some of them even wanted to take a bite. Zhang Feng quickly stopped them. How is it? This is something from the heavens. Do you dare to get it out with the kid? However, without my permission, even your closest family members are not allowed to know about this. Do you understand? This is a secret of the heavens. If the secret of the heavens is revealed, you will die without descendants. Chapter 879. The three honest old men were stunned by Zhang Feng's words. It seemed that they were finally afraid after hearing Zhang Feng's words about not having any descendants. They swore that as long as Zhang Feng didn't say anything, even if Heavenly King Lao Tzu came, he wouldn't let them see a single strand of hair. Then, Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of broken copper coins and stuffed them into the arms of the three old men. For this, you should separate a place near the brewery. The temperature of this place should be at least the same as the temperature of the stove. Then, Zhang Feng looked for a long time, but still couldn't find a suitable place. He looked at a few long wooden troughs on the side of the stove that seemed to be used to filter distillers' grains. Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Old sir, this thing is useless now, right? The distiller's grains seemed to be similar to the troughs used to feed horses in stables, but they were more compact and about 2 zhang long. The three old men didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. They nodded and said, now that there's no wine to brew, we're still wondering if we should chop it up. If young master has a use for it, then take it. Okay, since it's useless, I'll use it now. While speaking, Zhang Feng walked around the courtyard. The courtyard was made of soil that Zhang Feng ordered to tear down the extra houses. It was very fertile. In addition, the courtyard itself was very large. It was originally a rich family's residence, but after it belonged to Zhang Feng, it suffered great misfortune. The originally gorgeous houses were all turned into soil, leaving behind 3 rather gorgeous houses that were used as storage rooms, brewing rooms, and resting rooms. After Zhang Feng looked around, he pointed at a piece of land and had the 3 old men transport some of the yellow soil here with a wheelbarrow. They put it into the wooden trough, then poured water and scattered ashes from the bottom of the pot. After that, Zhang Feng carefully cut the potatoes in his hand into many small pieces according to the distribution of the sprouts on the potatoes. At this moment, the 3 old men were stunned. The dirt that was originally in Zhang Feng's hands could actually become alive in his hands. They couldn't help but look forward to this divine gift from the heavens even more. After wrapping the potato with a layer of ash, Zhang Feng carefully placed it into the wooden trough. The weather wasn't too cold, so there was no need for a heater. Zhang Feng instructed the 3 of them, when it's sunny, carry him out to bask in the sun. Spray a little bit of water with your mouth every day, especially at night. You must be careful of rats. Prince Zhang, don't worry. Even if the 3 of us die, we won't dare to put such a precious thing into the rat hole. The 3 of us will make an agreement with you. If, okay. You don't need to be like this. You're old enough to be this kid's grandfather. Let's not be like this. While speaking, Zhang Feng searched his body. He didn't bring anything, so he simply picked up the paper bag that contained the potatoes and wrote a large sentence on it with charcoal. Then, he handed the paper to one of the 3 old men and said, from now on, the 3 of you are directly under my control. Except for my orders, no one is allowed to enter. When you go back, take this to Chang'an University and find the old Xiaotsai. Someone will naturally send your 3 meals a day. If there's anything, ask the old Xiaotsai to find me. But you must remember that this thing is really important. Once it germinates, you must inform me immediately. The 3 old men looked at each other. Finally, the 3 of them knelt down with a plop. Zhang Feng was a little at a loss. Prince Zhang, the 3 of us have worked for others for a lifetime. How can we accept this? If you want us to do something, just say it. Why do you need to do this? Yes. If you do this, we won't be able to sleep well. It was not an exaggeration to say that these people were lowly bones. A lifetime of slavery made them accustomed to being ordered around. Although they also knew Zhang Feng's name, they were still a little surprised when they were alone with him. Out of the winery gate, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Slavery society was like this. Servility. If you want to be good to a person and want to treat him as a person, it was simply harming him. But for the three old men, Zhang Feng did not care. After all, they did not have much time left. Besides, as long as they could cultivate these potatoes, even if they were given good clothes and jade food, it was not a big deal. Compared to these potatoes, what does that count for? Today, Zhang Feng, Yu Qigong, and the others bragged. Although a lot of it was false, they just wanted to let them understand and know the role of basketball. However, for Zhang Feng, there was only one sentence in what he said today, which was for himself. That was to go to the other side of the ocean. If he wanted to travel the world, he had to build a boat first. The premise of building a boat was that the science and technology department could build a steam engine. All of these were like huge mountains. They were rotten and pressed on Zhang Feng's body. Although Zhang Feng liked this way of life in the Tang dynasty, he also wanted to urgently change this era. After all, he was used to the modern way of life. Let him come to this era where there was not even paper to wipe his ass. Could he stand it? Only change. Only then could they know how big this world was. And they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Chapter 880. The Sky in Chang'an. She was just like a shy girl. Yesterday, it was still sunny and windy. But the next morning, it was already dark. The people looked up at the sky, and they were so excited that they couldn't contain it. This was the first rain of autumn, and it was also the signal for autumn planting. At this moment, there was finally a rare smile in Chang'an city. As long as there was rain, it meant that autumn planting could begin. And this rain was the first rain after 3 months. It was very precious to the hungry land. As long as food was planted, it meant that the famine was about to end. As long as they could endure until spring, the wild vegetables on the ridge would recover. At this moment, in the depths of Tonghui Lane, the chimney on a house with a mixture of thatch and tiles had not stopped smoking since yesterday. Niu Pai Huang. It was a nickname given to him by people in Tonghui Lane and who knew of his reputation. His real name was Huang Qiao. For generations, he was an expert in making cattle, sheep, horse skin, and pig skin. But last night, he received a strange task. It was a pot of pitch-black stuff. He was asked to make it into rubber skin. But what was rubber? Spherical? What the hell is this? He really didn't understand. After working for half the night, he still couldn't make it. At this moment, he dismissed a few of his disciples who had stayed up with him for the night. Niu Pai Huang squatted in front of the stove and looked at the pitch-black stuff boiling over the fire. He felt a headache coming on. It was mainly disgusting. He wanted to look for Zhang Feng, but he heard that shopkeeper Zhang liked to wake up in the afternoon. Moreover, he was now the high and mighty Lord Zhu and the dean of White Deer College. He didn't dare to disturb him. He could only send someone to squat at the entrance of Chang'an city in the middle of the night to wait for Old He. At this moment, only Old He and a few others could contact Zhang Feng and disturb Zhang Feng. This wait lasted for another 2 hours. Niu Pai Huang finally couldn't wait any longer. He personally went to the entrance of Chang'an city to wait for Old He. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard his little disciple arguing with someone as they walked over. Niu Pai Huang took a look and saw that old village chief was here instead of Old He. His eyes lit up with joy. Niu Pai Huang hurriedly went forward and said, "Old village chief, you finally came. What's wrong? How long has it been since this old man returned to Tonghui Square? What happened? Please come in first. Let's talk inside." Niu Pai Huang invited the old village chief into the house. Once they entered the house, the old village chief couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the house. He stared at Niu Pai Huang in horror and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Oxhide Huang's face turned bitter. He pointed at his eyes and said, "Look at my eyes, they're from staying up all night." Hearing this, the old village head looked carefully and couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, what's going on?" "It's like this. Yesterday, young Master Zhang sent me the strange thing in the pot. He wanted me to turn it into a ball, but after pondering for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything. How can this thing be turned into a ball?" "Master, wait, are you talking about that basketball?" Hearing this, not only was Niu Pai Huang stunned, even the old village chief was stunned. This term, he hadn't heard of it on the mountain. What was this Feng Zi up to now? The old village chief couldn't help but sit on the doorstep and stomp his walking stick on the ground. He said, "Tell me in detail, what is this basketball?" Niu Pai Huang's apprentice said, "This morning, when I was waiting at the city gate, I heard someone say that there was something that everyone, from old women to children, can play with. It's called basketball. They also said that this thing can not only strengthen one's body, but also prolong one's life, relax one's muscles, and promote blood circulation." Then, he figured out the whole thing. The old village chief and the others were also stunned. What was this? Could it be? In the end, the gazes of the three converged on the pungent paste in the pot. This could prolong one's life? It could strengthen one's body? I'll be damned if I believe you, hey, this prodigal. The matter of this paper hasn't been clarified yet, and he's starting to stir up trouble again? Niu Pai Huang, wait for me first. This matter isn't urgent. I'll go look for Feng Zi now. No matter whether this matter was caused by him or not, we can't let him harm others. This thing, what is it that can strengthen one's body and prolong one's life? I almost died just by inhaling it. Don't do it first, wait for me to come back." As he spoke, the old village chief left angrily. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he had lived for more than half of his life and had never seen such a smelly thing before. If this thing could prolong one's life, then it was simply, there was nothing that could prolong one's life. No. He couldn't let Feng Zi be led into a ditch by those guys. They were a bunch of stubborn people to begin with. Even with their father, what could they do? Wasn't this considered stubborn? A bunch of stubborn people, what good things could they come up with? This was simply a thing that could harm people, wasn't it? If this was created, wouldn't it be terrible? This Feng Zi's head, when he thought of this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. He leaned on his walking stick, bent his back, and ignored everyone along the way. He lowered his head and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Feng's pub. Chapter 881. Feng Zi? Feng Zi, hello? Are you awake? Zhang Feng, give the old man, outside you lie restaurant. The old village chief shouted at the top of his lungs. Although there weren't many people in Tonghui Square in the morning, there were still many night watchmen or people who went to work for the rich. At this moment, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Old village chief, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? When the old village chief heard this, he raised his crutch and was about to beat someone up. Who's the shameless one who said that I'm acting crazy? When that person heard this, he lifted the night fragrance bucket on his shoulder and walked away with a mischievous smile. An old man who was familiar with the old village chief hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Old village, are you tired of living? Feng Zi is now a lord and the chancellor of White Deer College. He's someone who has received an imperial order. Hurry up and stop messing around. When the county magistrate comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. Be careful not to go to jail." That's right, old village chief. Yesterday, I saw Lord Niu personally visit Feng Zi. Yes. We all saw it. Old man, calm down, creak. Amidst the hubbub, Zhang Feng finally couldn't sleep anymore. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but get a fright. Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the crowd, he asked, "Good morning everyone. What are you all doing here so early in the morning?" When the old village chief heard this, he waved his crutch and chased everyone away. Then, he pulled Zhang Feng into the small restaurant and locked the door. "Feng Zi, I want to ask you something. Tell me honestly." Zhang Feng thought that something had happened on the mountain. He hurriedly invited the old village chief to sit down and said, "Go ahead. I'm listening. Let me ask you. That basketball, did you ask Niu Pai Huang to play with it?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Zhang Feng scratched his head. It seemed that this matter didn't happen on the mountain. As long as it didn't happen on the mountain, then it was fine. But when the old village head learned that Zhang Feng really let Niu Pai Huang do that thing, he was so angry that he stamped his walking stick several times and said, "Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Look at you. I told you not to fool around with those little bastards on the street, but you didn't listen to me. Look at you now. Didn't you hear the rumors in Chang'an City? What are you talking about?" Zhang Feng yawned and asked as he sat across from the village chief. "What can I say? You said that basketball can prolong one's life, strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and activate the meridians. Yeah. That's how it is." This was indeed what Zhang Feng had asked old Yu and the others to do yesterday. He didn't make a mistake. How could this be, old village chief? What happened? When the old village chief heard that, he instantly collapsed onto the bench and sighed, "Sigh. It's all my fault for not stopping those street thieves earlier. It's also your fault. Your parents left early. This old man was also blinded by the benefits of the paper mill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to know each other." Zhang Feng was like a monk. He was completely dumbfounded by what the village chief said. He hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened? Please tell me. What happened? I just entered the city this morning. Fortunately, Niu Pai Huang's disciple waited for me. He said that you asked Niu Pai Huang to make something. Niu Pai Huang couldn't make it after an entire night. He wanted to look for you, but he didn't dare to. So he blocked old He at the city gate. He didn't expect me to be blocked. This is a good blockage. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of heartless thing you are doing. I also don't know where you got a pot of black stuff for Niu Pai Huang. That smell almost made me go see my wife immediately. You said that it can strengthen the body with just this? You said that it can prolong one's life with just this? Be a human. Aren't we losing our conscience? You." Zhang Feng was speechless. This was simply, what a joke. The old village chief was just concerned about him. "Maybe, you don't have to say it. Damn it, this." Zhang Feng could only be patient and wait for the old village chief to vent his anger. Then he said, "Old man, there's something you don't know. This thing, I spent a lot of effort to get someone to get it from an overseas immortal mountain. Didn't you always want to ask why Dr. Sun is always on the mountain?" When the old village chief heard that this thing was actually brought back from overseas, his eyes almost popped out. At this time, he heard that even Dr. Sun knew about this matter. He couldn't help but be curious. Then, Dr. Sun knows about this? Of course he knows. During this period of time, Dr. Sun was on the mountain looking for the medicinal materials for this thing. All the medicinal materials are mixed together, which is why there is such a smell. Think about it, even Chinese medicine is so bitter, let alone this? This is a real treasure. I spent tens of thousands of gold leaves to exchange for it. The old village chief couldn't help but be fooled by Zhang Feng. He was so distressed that he almost cried. "You prodigal, such an expensive thing, you, how can you bear to make it? Tell me first, how much can you make from this thing? Can you break even?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 882. What kind of logic was this? What else could he say? However, he knew that the old village chief was doing this for his own good and was afraid that he would be led astray. Although he felt warm in his heart, Zhang Feng still couldn't stand it. He quickly pressed the old village chief onto the stool and said, "Old village chief, I know your good intentions. Look at the paper mill. Under your leadership, it has become the only source of income for our academy. However, basketball is different. Do you know about the Mid-Autumn Hunt?" Mid-Autumn Hunt? The old village chief narrowed his eyes. "I do know a little about this, old man. But now that I think about it, it seems that the Mid-Autumn Hunt has already started." "That guy, that scene is simply..." Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He hurriedly interrupted the old village chief's recollection and said, "Didn't the higher-ups order us to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt?" "What? The emperor ordered you to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt?" The old village chief exploded. He stood up from the stool with a loud thud. The Mid-Autumn Hunt. It wasn't something that ordinary people could participate in. Usually, only the nobles, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and even the emperor would participate in this grand event. Those who were qualified to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt were usually from the Imperial College. Now that the old village chief thought about it carefully, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Could it be that our White Deer College is also qualified?" Seeing Zhang Feng nod, the old village chief immediately became excited. In an instant, the old village chief excitedly walked around the tavern with his walking stick. A moment later, the old village chief was about to run out. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Where are you going now? What can I do? It's such a big event. We have to go back to Shao Mountain and tell the people in the streets so that we can buy some firecrackers to set off." Zhang Feng was speechless. All right. Just calm down a little. I'm worried about this matter. You said that people usually prepare for the Mid-Autumn Hunt, but you also know that White Deer College was only established this year. Who would have thought that we would participate? Moreover, the preparation time is 10 days from now. No, not counting today, there are still 9 days left. The old village chief cracked his fingers and couldn't help but feel anxious. 9 more days. This, Zhang Feng said, not being prepared is secondary. The main problem is that we can't find a Kuju team or anything else. However, if we don't participate in this Mid-Autumn Hunt and offend the emperor, the entire academy will lose the qualification to participate in the imperial examinations 3 years later. So, do you think I'm anxious? Then, you made this basketball for this? Yeah. Otherwise, why would I come down here when I was perfectly fine on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that, he became anxious. Wasn't the purpose of establishing an academy for the imperial examinations? Putting aside whether he could participate in the imperial examinations, if he offended those high-ranking officials, who knew what kind of high hat Fengzi would put on him? The old village chief couldn't help but be so anxious that his voice changed. Then, Fengzi, what are your plans? It wasn't easy for a golden phoenix like you to appear in Tonghui Lane. Don't be anxious. Aren't we letting Niu Pai Huang make that thing? As long as he makes it, I'm confident that I'll win the Mid-Autumn Hunt in 9 days. Really? The old village chief was overjoyed. Seeing Zhang Feng nod his head. The old village chief couldn't help but ask worriedly, then the rumors in Chang'an, saying that this ball, it was made by this boy. Only this way can we attract the attention of those high-ranking officials. Otherwise, with only 9 days' time, what do you think we can use to fight with them? You know about the Imperial College, right? Zhang Feng directly made the old village chief confused. At this moment, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that civilians didn't fight with officials. Most importantly, if they didn't do well during the mid-autumn hunt, they would lose their heads. After thinking about it, the old village chief hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng and ran out. "Let's go, this is such an important matter. You don't have to worry about leaving it to that B*****. Even if you give him a year or 10 years, that idiot can't make it. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, let's go find someone for you. If it doesn't work, I'll throw away my old face and go beg Mr. Bosher." Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "Why? You can't make Niu Pai Huang?" This was really beyond his expectations. The old village chief sighed and said, "What kind of brain does he have? How can a pig brain compare to you? This is such an important matter. Aren't you afraid that he will mess it up?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped the old village chief. "Old village chief, I have a very important matter for you now. You must prepare it now. Otherwise, we will all be beheaded when the time comes." When the old village chief heard this, his hand trembled and the walking stick that was poking the door fell to the ground. "What is it? Go back now and tell your son to find a few honest men to squat at the brewery for me. Other than the 3 elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Also, I, Feng Zi, will pay for their food and wages. Don't ask me why. Anyway, there are things that are more important to me than my life. Also, I plan to let the mid-autumn hunt people come to our school for a meal during the mid-autumn hunt. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me arrange it." When the old village chief heard this, he raised his hand and was about to hit him. However, in the end, his hand turned into a finger and pointed at Zhang Feng's forehead. He lamented, "Hey, prodigal. How much money will it cost?" Chapter 883. Although the old village chief said so, but he still listened to the old village chief's words. After stomping his feet sorrowfully, the old village chief hurriedly ran away. He ran even faster than the young people. But on the way, Zhang Feng could faintly hear the old village chief bragging to the passers-by. "My Fengzi is going to invite the official of the mid-autumn hunt to the academy. The official of the mid-autumn hunt is going to the academy." In response, Zhang Feng just smiled. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This saying was indeed true. Although the old village chief and Zhang Feng were not blood-related at all, Zhang Feng was too lazy to investigate what happened 8 lifetimes ago. But now, the entire Tonghui Lane people treated Zhang Feng as someone closer to them than their own family. This seemed to be a characteristic of this era. One's glory was shared. Perhaps it was also called when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. When a person becomes famous, the people on the street will also benefit from it. And Zhang Feng did not forget this group of honest and straightforward old neighbors. Sure enough, this group of people did not waste his efforts. Each of them treated Zhang Feng as their ancestor. On the mountain, everyone in Tonghui Lane, as long as they saw anyone who dared to do anything to harm the academy or themselves, they would immediately go and find that person to settle the score. As for the salary mentioned earlier, previously, Dugo was almost beaten down by the old village chief with a stick because of this matter. As a family, you want to give Lao Tzu money? Who do you think you are? In the end, Du Dabing could only give a thumbs up and put the extra money into his pocket. He turned around and threw the matter of giving out money and food to the people in Tonghui Lane. He was too lazy to care about it. There was no way to care. The people in Tonghui Lane all had sharp eyes. If you were not careful and gave out the wrong money and food, you would be scolded. Would Du Dabing dare to do such a thing? He couldn't wait to spend more time reading books. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back and tidied up his appearance. Then, he slowly came to the front of Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Apparently, Bull Skin Yellow had been scolded. At this moment, it was squatting at the door dejectedly, pulling at its hair. Once it saw that its savior, Zhang Feng, had arrived, it almost wanted to cry. Ji Dong entered the room and placed the pot of rubber outside the door. Prince Zhang, Lord Zhang, I am slow-witted and do not dare to delay your important matters. Please find someone else. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Let's talk nicely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly scold the old village chief. Why is an old man like you doing things exactly the same as Old Ox and the others, so impetuous and impatient? Pulling the cowhide up, Zhang Feng looked at the cowhide and the boiling sheepskin in the pot and said, "It's my fault. I was busy yesterday and forgot to tell you. Come, let's go in now. I'll teach you how to cook it. As long as you do it well, I promise you'll live a good life in the future. You'll live a better life than old he." Really? Bull Skin Yellow scratched his shiny bald head and asked. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Do you think I will lie to you? As soon as they entered the door, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, Do you have pig urine here? What do you want that unlucky thing for? Don't worry about it. I'm just asking you if you have it or not. Bull Skin Yellow thought for a while and didn't say anything. From the pile of dirty horse things that had just been peeled off, he took out a white bloody thing and said, I don't have pig urine. Will this sheep urine do? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. Blow it full of air and tie it up. Bull Skin Yellow's face was full of suspicion. But after seeing that Zhang Feng was not joking, he called his most obedient disciple and let him blow the sheep urine full of air. The urine was very strong and tough. Zhang Feng planned to use this thing as the inner pulp of a basketball. Otherwise, this rubber wouldn't have been able to determine his nature. After a while, the little disciple handed a transparent sheep urine that was one size bigger than his head to Zhang Feng with a flushed face. Zhang Feng took it in his hand and looked at it for a while before asking, Bull Skin Yellow, let me ask you. This thing, is there any way to deal with it? It is very capricious and can guarantee that it won't leak? Bull Skin Yellow stared at the sheep urine in a daze. This thing, apart from being edible, could also be made into other leather bags. He really didn't know if it could work. I have only made cow urine leather bags, money bags, and water bags a few times. As for this thing, I'll give it a try. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. Okay, you just do it according to the method of making water bags. And heat this thing up for him. It will be useful later. Under the command of Zhang Feng, the whole workshop took action. Bull Skin Yellow also wanted to know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He reluctantly removed a cow urine water bag hanging on the wall and handed it to Zhang Feng. Then, Zhang Feng signaled him to sew layers of cowhide on the outside of the water bag and let the cowhide completely cover the cow urine. This was a tedious thing. Under Zhang Feng's personal demonstration, Bull Skin Yellow cut a good cowhide into the size required by Zhang Feng under his wife's murderous gaze. Together with his disciple, he used the sheep tendon thread to sew all the cowhide pieces on the cow urine. When the sun was about to set, a simple basketball was finished. At this time, Bull Skin Yellow and the people who came to watch the fun all stared at the ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wooden spoon from Bull Skin Yellow's hand and said, Look carefully, this is the most important point. The cowhide is cut along one side, and this thing is called rubber. If you pour it now, you have to pour it horizontally, ladle by ladle. There can't be any gaps. While speaking, Zhang Feng held up the basketball wrapped in cowhide with a triangular claw. Then, he put the basketball on the rubber pot and stirred the rubber ladle by ladle. At this time, everyone's eyes were wide open. They wanted to see what this Lord Zhang, President Zhang, was going to do. After pouring it 6 times, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the crowd and said, Okay, it's done. Chapter 884. Waiting was the most torturous time. It was the most appropriate time for Niu Pai Huang at this moment. The words of his little disciple and the old village chief in the morning kept buzzing in his head. Blowing the horn. At this moment, as he looked at the pitch-black object that Zhang Feng had just finished pouring, he could not associate it with the object that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. But Zhang Feng had said it was done. So the crowd could only wait. As the crowd waited, Zhang Feng finally squeezed out of the crowd and came to the outside of the workshop. He was gasping for air. He did not know how much of the poisonous gas of rubber he had inhaled. At this moment, he did not know whether it was because he had not exercised for a long time or something else, but he actually felt a little dizzy. It was not easy to smoke a cigarette, so the situation was a little better. Zhang Feng was too lazy to go in. He shouted inside the door, "Niu Pai Huang, touch it and see if the surface is dry. If it is, throw it into the bucket and let it soak for 10 minutes. Then take it out." At this moment, the people at the door of the left room were looking at the ball eagerly and talking about it. Seeing Zhang Feng talking, a bold person could not help but squat beside Zhang Feng and asked, "Prince Zhang, what is this thing you are making now? Is it the basketball that was talked about in Jianghu today?" Seeing that someone had asked the key point, Zhang Feng was also happy. He gave a cigarette to that person and lit it for him personally. The happy person almost fainted. He was dizzy and puffing on the cigarette. The people at the door were no longer in the mood to admire the black ball. Instead, they looked at the cigarette in Zhang Feng's hand and the guy's smoke with envy. Zhang Feng was not maroon. At this time, he had to be generous. He generously took out a red sandalwood box carved with patterns and handed out cigarettes one by one. And the crowd was even more excited. What was this? It was a blank piece of paper. It was a cigarette rolled out from a piece of white paper that was rumored to be magical in Jianghu city. Other than the prodigal Zhang Feng, who would dare to use such a good thing to spoil others? However, it was said that this cigarette was also a good thing. Although there were people who smoked in Jianghu city, there were very few people who could smoke like Zhang Feng. Even for many people, it was their first time seeing this thing. At this time, many people put the cigarette under their nose and sniffed it. He just couldn't bear to smoke it. At this time, Zhang Feng said, "This thing is a basketball. It's something I thought of a few days ago when I was on the mountain. Does everyone know about Kuju now?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Zhang Feng continued, "For this Kuju, the only people who can afford to play it are the aristocrats, but for us commoners, who can afford to play it? Who has time to play, right?" So, this kid was thinking, "Look, where is this place? This is Jianghu. It's under the feet of the emperor. We, the people of Jianghu, represent the face of the Tang dynasty. This thing can't be lost, right? That's why I was wondering if I could make something like that nutritious porridge so that everyone could have something to play with during their leisure time. As for whether this thing can strengthen the body, whether it can relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, this can only be discovered by you slowly in the future. Prince Zhang, do you mean that we can all play with this thing?" The kid sitting next to Zhang Feng asked again at this time. At this time, even the dark-faced wife stared at Zhang Feng, feeling incredulous. Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, that's right. I've already asked people to make it. Not only will there be it in every market in the future, but when the time is right, I'm willing to pay. If any of you play it well, I'll give you money. If any of you are outstanding, we'll hold basketball games twice a year in the future. If you win, I'll agree to 3 of your requests. If I ask you to marry me, will you agree?" At this time, a girl asked in surprise. When Zhang Feng heard this, his scalp instantly went numb. However, before he could speak, the people of Tonghui Fang scolded the fat girl and chased her away. "This. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I, Zhang Feng, can do it," Zhang Feng hurriedly added in the end. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel ecstatic. Although they did not know if playing this could strengthen their bodies, they could earn money and also get a promise from Zhang Feng. This was a rare opportunity to soar to the top. Who was Zhang Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the youngest hereditary viscount in Chang'an. Was there anything to say about this future? Everyone's eyes could not help but become fervent. At this time, Zhang Feng saw Niu Pihuang, who was in a daze at the back of the crowd. He waved his hand. Only then did everyone remember what they were here to do. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the black thing in Niu Pihuang's hand. The entire black ball was filled with lines left behind by pouring. There were also many traces of dripping on one side of the ball. Obviously, this was the bottom of the basketball stand. Zhang Feng took the basketball and subconsciously made the gesture of taking the ball in a basketball court in his previous life. He could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Finally, Zhang Feng moved. To be precise, Zhang Feng finally threw the black ball in his hand onto the ground under everyone's shocked gaze. Bang! 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 Chapter 885. The basketball was a good basketball. Although the material was a little problematic, it was still okay. However, the air was not enough. Zhang Feng could not help but start to worry again. He patted the basketball twice and asked, Niu Pihuang, can your bellows inflate this thing? Just at the hole you left, inflate it, and plug it with the cork from before. This, Niu Pihuang could not help but frown together. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Go, let's go see your bellows. The principle of the bellows was the same as the inflator, but one was something that was dozens or hundreds of times smaller, and the other was something that could only stay in one place. The two entered the kitchen. Niu Pihuang's landlords and workers in the kitchen all looked at Zhang Feng excitedly, especially the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Their eyes were burning. After Zhang Feng greeted everyone casually, he squatted in front of the bellows and looked at it. But after thinking about it, Zhang Feng felt that it was not possible. Looking at the remaining rubber, Zhang Feng could not help but have an idea. Niu Pihuang, go and find me a 7-foot-long bamboo tube as thick as an arm, and so on, until one end is only as big as this seam. Niu Pihuang heard it and suddenly understood. He hurriedly ran out with the hatchet. What was this? This was Zhang Feng imparting skills. The previous bone-strengthening powder and the nutritional porridge business, he had been envious of it for a long time, just because of a word. That was strengthening the body. Not to mention those things that Zhang Feng made later, which one of them was not a business that made a fortune. At this time, Niu Pihuang seemed to be worried that his wife was at home. He was afraid of annoying Zhang Feng, so he twisted his wife's ear and dragged her out of the door. Zhang Feng glanced at the door, waved his hand, and said with a smile, let's go. 3 days at most, and you'll be able to play this thing. I hope everyone here can help me spread the word when the time comes. Although these people didn't know what publicity meant. But the gist of it was that he wanted them to take it out and say it. How could the crowd not agree? They happily promised and ran away. Zhang Feng finally has time to study the basketball's valve. It was easy to make a basketball, but once the air valve was not done properly, this thing would be useless. Cow urine was made of tough material. There was naturally a reason why it could be used as a water bag for desert travel. Zhang Feng did not doubt this, but this was where the difficulty lay. How to make these two things fit perfectly was the key. After pulling out the cork, Zhang Feng looked at the sunlight outside the window and studied it. He couldn't help but think of the cork on a portable water bottle in the future. In an instant, Zhang Feng had an idea. Picking up the wooden spoon, he scooped up some sticky rubber. After that, he took the bowl of cold water that Niu Pihuang had poured for him. Raising the wooden spoon high, he let the rubber in the spoon converge into a silk thread and drip into the bowl. When Zhang Feng saw that it was almost done, he picked up a cylindrical rubber stick that was thinner than a chopstick. He drew on the basketball's air inlet and dipped it in layers of rubber to make it the same size as the air inlet. Then, he smeared the rubber on the air inlet. After doing all this, Zhang Feng carefully aimed the rubber stick in his hand at the air inlet and pressed it into the air inlet. After a while, Zhang Feng picked up the basketball again and soaked it into a water tank. Then, he squeezed the basketball hard. After all, there was still air in the basketball. After repeated tests to make sure that there was no possibility of air leakage, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the basketball was finally completed. What was left was the inflatable cylinder. As long as the inflatable cylinder could perfectly pierce through the air inlet's rubber, everything would be perfect. "Prince Zhang, you're done just like that?" The sudden voice really startled Zhang Feng. He turned around and saw that it was Cow Leather Huang's little disciple. Zhang Feng asked, "You saw it all?" The little disciple nodded. Zhang Feng asked again, "What's your name?" "My name is Guo Taibao." "Prince Zhang, you can call me Xiao Bao." "Guo Taibao? Too full. Good name." Zhang Feng couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. The ancient people's attainments were simply at the peak, especially reflected in the name. It was simply, "Xiao Bao, did you see all the steps I just took?" Hearing this, Guo Taibao thought that Zhang Feng was going to blame him. He was so scared that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Prince Zhang, I didn't mean it, this." Guo Taibao was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Please don't tell my master and mistress, or I'll lose another layer of skin." Zhang Feng joked, "It's fine if you don't want me to say it. Let me ask you, did you remember the steps I just took?" "Yes." Zhang Feng heard this and nodded. "Good, then from now on, the matter of making this basketball will be handed over to you. Remember, this skill is not allowed to be spread, or you'll be beheaded. Do you understand? If it gets out, not only will your head be lost, your whole family and your master's head will also be lost." Guo Taibao was scared out of his wits. In an instant, Zhang Feng smelled an unpleasant urine smell. This guy, so easily frightened? Zhang Feng frowned and covered his nose. "When your master comes back, ask him to make an inflatable cylinder. As for how to make it and how to inflate it, I don't care. If I don't see him tomorrow morning, I'll find someone else to do this job." Chapter 886. Chang'an City was not a big place, but it was not small either. Even the slightest thing could spread throughout the city in an instant. Last night, out of nowhere, an unusual sound was heard. It was rumored that Zhang Feng, the dean of White Deer College in Shaoshan, had been observing the sky at night and had a great revelation. After the bone-strengthening powder and the nutritious porridge, he had come up with another activity that everyone could participate in. It was a good thing that could strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and prolong one's life. Moreover, it was something that Sun Simiao, the miracle doctor, and the 4 great Confucian scholars had spent a month to come up with. Basketball. In an instant, the new word basketball spread like wildfire in Chang'an City. The main reason was that this thing was not like the bone-strengthening powder, which could only be used by the rich. It could be used by any ordinary person. This time, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find out that another incredible thing had happened in Tonghui Lane. They saw that under the big willow tree at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, a group of women who were bored out of their wits were squatting under a big willow tree and chatting. When a group of people from Tonghui Fang passed by and talked about something, the group of women couldn't help but block the group of women from passing by. "Did you just say that Prince Zhang should pay for the basketball?" The moment they asked that question, it became a big deal. More and more people gathered around. At this time, money was the most difficult to earn. Moreover, Shao Mountain, which had always been regarded as a land of evil, was now full of people and no longer hiring. Therefore, as soon as there was a rustling of grass in the wind, everyone pricked up their ears. The people in Tonghui Lane were naturally those who had just witnessed Zhang Feng's miraculous deeds from Niu Pihuang. Do you see what this is? The young man who had been sitting next to Zhang Feng held up half a cigarette in his hand excitedly and said, "This is a cigarette. It's a cigarette that only the Confucian scholars from White Deer College can enjoy." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. F***ck, where did you steal this from? I heard that Prince Zhang went back to the tavern. Did you guys go there to steal? Hearing this, the group of women could not take it anymore. He was about to step forward and grab that person, preparing to send him to the authorities for punishment. That person was also anxious. Which eye of yours saw that I stole it? Let me tell you, Prince Zhang personally lit this cigarette for me and handed it to me. F***ck off, Zhou Bapi. It's good enough that you didn't steal it. Prince Zhang is such a noble person. Why would he speak for you? This person, Zhou Bapi, was very famous in this area. This was because he had a history of theft 3 times and had been paraded through the streets 3 times. It was hard not to know him. At this moment, he was actually holding something that only the rich could enjoy. The crowd didn't even need to think about it. Nero Zhou was also anxious. He pointed at the crowd behind him and said, "Look at their ears. That's Prince Zhang's cigarette." And they all saw it. At the entrance of Niu Pihuang, Prince Zhang personally gave all of us cigarettes. If you don't believe me, let's go to the authorities now. I'll definitely sue you for framing me. Hearing that, the women finally saw that everyone who came out of Tonghui Lane had the same cigarette in their ears and hands. They could not help but be shocked. Did Prince Zhang really give these to us personally? The people from Tonghui Lane straightened their backs as if they were presenting a treasure. They looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and let the cigarette in their ears leak out. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly asked, "Nero Zhou, no, Master Zhou, tell us, what did Prince Zhang say? Why would he give you such expensive cigarettes?" "He, you begged me." Nero Zhou stroked the large black mole at the corner of his mouth and was extremely proud of himself. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing that no one was begging him, he could only rub his nose embarrassedly and say, "Prince Zhang is simply a god descending to the mortal world. Didn't an old Daoist say that Chang'an's Emperor Ziwei had descended to the mortal world? In my opinion, Prince Zhang must be that Emperor Ziwei. This ball was made by Prince Zhang when he saw how pitiful we were. We didn't have enough to eat or wear, so he made the bone-strengthening powder that only exists in the heavens. However, those damned rich bastards took it for themselves. In the end, Prince Zhang got angry and stopped making the powder. Instead, he made this thing called a basketball. This thing is amazing." Nero Zhou became more and more excited as he spoke. More and more onlookers gathered around. Even Niu Weili, who had a splitting headache early in the morning, appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. "Kid, tell me, what did Brother Zhang come up with this time?" Nero Zhou was very excited. When had he ever been so awe-inspiring? This was all given to him by Prince Zhang. When he saw someone calling Prince Zhang brother, he immediately said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How can you call Prince Zhang a brother?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nero Zhou saw Niu Weili. The people around them unconsciously took a few steps back. Nero Zhou could not help but swallow his saliva with great difficulty. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said with a sobbing tone, "Lord Niu, I was talking nonsense. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level." Chapter 887. How could Niu Weili be in the mood to argue with him? Yesterday, he didn't know what kind of wine Zhang Feng gave him. He didn't even know how he got back. He just heard from the servants that he was thrown from a carriage to the gate of the county government. He wanted to visit Zhang Feng early in the morning. He also wanted to see if he could get some lucrative jobs. For example, the security of the market under the hill. Now, the market under the hill was even more awesome than the two big markets in Chang'an. The tax revenue was simply enviable. But before he arrived at Tonghui Square, Niu Weili saw a group of people gathered together. Zhou Bapi, who was standing on the stone lion head at the gate of Tonghui Square, couldn't help but come up curiously. Then he heard this good news. His eyes lit up. At this time, he didn't care about Zhou Bapi's bad record. He waved his hand and said, "If you tell me everything in detail, I'll pretend that it didn't happen. If you lie, I'll punish you for the crime of dishonoring an official of the imperial court." While speaking, Niu Weili stared at Zhou Bapi and said, "At least 80 beatings, and then throw him into the mine." Hearing this, Zhou Bapi panicked. Lying on the ground, his whole body trembled. "Master Niu, you're so merciful. I was just talking on the spur of the moment. Prince Zhang himself is a god. How can ordinary people dare to claim kinship with him? So I'm just defending Prince Zhang's reputation. I don't mean anything against Master Niu. Get up and talk." Niu Weili was just scaring this guy. He didn't intend to punish him. Seeing this, Zhou Bapi hurriedly got up and said loudly, "Last night, you should all know about the basketball, right?" Niu Weili frowned, looked at the private advisor beside him and asked, "What's a basketball?" The private advisor paused and quickly told Niu Weili about the basketball in detail. Hearing this, Niu Weili couldn't help but change his expression. Once again, he listened attentively. Nero Zhou seemed to have regained his excitement from before, but he didn't dare to climb up the stone lion. He raised the remaining half of his cigarette and said, "Prince Zhang just made a basketball at Niu Pai Huang. Moreover, I heard that it took the 4 great scholars, Divine Dr. Sun, and a few others several days of painstaking effort to boil this pot of material. That thing is incredible. With a light pat on the ground, he can jump up 10 feet high. And Prince Zhang also said that from now on, he will build a basketball court in every street and alley. Everyone, old and young, can play basketball and strengthen their bodies. He wants us to prolong our lives together. Not only that, Child Zhang even intends to award it to those who perform well out of his own pocket. Additionally, the winner of the annual basketball match in Tongshan Mountain could get a promise from Child Zhang within his ability. What's more, Child Zhang even intends to award it to those who perform well. In other words, you can make a request of Prince Zhang." Buzz. Instantly, the hundreds of officials were in an uproar. What? Prince Zhang is simply a god descending to the earth. This good thing not only doesn't cost money, but will also give us money? Oh my god. Really, the god has opened his eyes. Niu Weili was also stunned at this time. Why didn't he hear Prince Zhang mention such an important thing yesterday? Niu Weili couldn't listen to it anymore. He hurriedly squeezed through the excited crowd and ran to Zhang Feng's pub. What happened here, once again, spread out like a gust of wind. East Market. The market square was very quiet now. There were only a few merchants who were listlessly huddled together, playing poker to relieve their boredom. At this time, the appearance of a group of people instantly cheered up these businessmen in the East Market. They shouted again, but this group of people didn't come to buy things. He looked around and then told the people what he had just heard at the entrance of Tonghui Fang. Let me tell you a good thing. First, don't tell anyone. You should have heard of Prince Zhang, right? He's the dean of White Deer College. He just made a basketball. And that thing can shoot up as high as the city wall with a single hit. I also heard that this thing can not only prolong life, but also cure all kinds of diseases if you lick it and eat it. Not only that, Prince Zhang is going to reward those who play basketball well with his own money. Hearing that, the people in the East Market were in an uproar. The situation in the West Market was also the same at this time. It's true. You should have heard of Master Niu from the Chang'an local government, right? Master Niu said it himself. That thing can cure all kinds of diseases. After playing for a long time, Prince Zhang will arrange a good job for you in Shao Mountain. Not only the East Market and West Market of Chang'an Avenue. Even the reclining lane and the places where the 3 provinces and 6 departments were located had heard the news at this time. At this time, Wei Jing listened to the report of his subordinates and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fang Xianling and asked, "Master Fang, what do you think about this matter?" In the palace, Li Shimin, who was playing cards with Li Yuan, couldn't help but laugh after learning about this situation. Hearing that, Li Yuan asked and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What the hell is this guy doing? Maybe this guy is preparing for the mid-autumn hunt. Chapter 888. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought for a moment and said, calculating the time, it seems that it's time for the mid-autumn hunt. However, we won't be able to see such a wonderful thing. When Li Yuan heard this, he said, "First, calculate the money from the last round clearly for me." Li Shimin was somewhat speechless, but he really didn't have a single copper coin on him. He looked at the palace maids around him. Only then did he pay off the debt. Li Yuan was like a miser, holding copper coins and said, "If you want to see, after this guy finishes the mid-autumn hunt, or before the mid-autumn hunt, we'll go to Shao Mountain together." In any case, Old Man is also the honorary vice-dean of White Deer College. It's not too much to go and inspect this basketball. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Imperial Father is right. While speaking, Li Shimin asked faintly, "Little Gizi, I heard that Wuxia Xianxia, Duke of Yi, and the others went to the small tavern one after another yesterday?" "Yes." Little Gizi bowed and hurriedly said, "Replying to your majesty, retired emperor, Wuxia Xianxia stayed in the tavern for an hour. After she went out, there was nothing strange. This servant feels that nothing happened. However, Duke of Yi and Duke of Lu stayed for about 3 hours. And then? And then, Little Gizi carefully explained the matter of the Crown Prince and the others visiting Zhangfeng. At this time, Li Qingxian also hurried from Shao Mountain to the Imperial Garden. When Li Shimin saw that Li Qingxian's expression was strange, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Only then did he point to the stone bench at the side and said, "What matter do you have that you don't pay attention to your image?" Li Yuan also looked at Li Qingxian with a smile and asked, "Qian, do you have any good news to tell me? Imperial grandfather still understands your grandson." Li Qingxian hurriedly flattered him. Li Shimin heard this and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. However, Li Yuan did not give him the opportunity to ask. He asked, "Yesterday, I heard that you turned the entire palace upside down in search of briquette?" "Yes, it was Feng Zi who told me to look for it. Furthermore, he said that only this thing can maintain the temperature of the furnace to a higher degree and then smelt steel." "Oh." Hearing this, a hint of shock flashed across the faces of Li Yuan and Li Shimin. The matter of the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear had always affected the two of them. And the source of all of this was the need to obtain steel. Now that the two of them actually heard good news from Li Qingxian's mouth, they couldn't help but be even happier. "TSK, tell me in detail. This isn't something you want to talk about, right?" Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. "Just as Imperial Father said, this isn't the case. The mine that Imperial Father has always been interested in has taken shape." Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. He quickly looked around and shouted coldly in the distance, "Clean up the Imperial Garden. Without my order, not a single mouse is allowed to enter." Then Li Shimin and the other two fell into a short silence. Mines had always been an important thing that troubled Li Shimin and the Tang dynasty. Now, the iron blocks, coal mines, and gold and silver mines of the Tang dynasty were all in the hands of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This was something that Li Shimin and Li Yuan had always been unable to let go of. At this time, they actually heard this matter again from Li Qingxian's mouth. They couldn't help but think of something in an instant. After a bird's cry came, Li Shimin asked, Qian, why do you say that? Did you find a coal mine? Li Qingqian smiled bitterly and said, if only I had that ability. It was Feng Zi who guessed where there was a coal mine in Erpi Ridge of Lantian County. What? How did he know? Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in unison. Coal was not important. It was very needed in winter and the daily needs of the palace. However, this thing had always been in the hands of those nobles. Under their wolf-like eyes, it was very difficult to find scattered playthings. However, not to mention coal mines, even if there were other minerals that needed a large amount now, as the emperor of a country, he actually didn't know much about them. This was the worry of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. The main reason was that they didn't have talents who specialized in mining like the aristocratic families. Now that Zhang Feng appeared, the two couldn't help but find a way to get rid of the nobles. Although it was easy to push Zhang Feng to the opposite side of those aristocratic families by doing so, Zhang Feng on the mountain now had settled the four great scholars, and Li Yuan took the initiative to become the honorary vice president. If they wanted to make a move on Zhang Feng, they had to think about it first. In that case, he would have to weigh the pros and cons first. Moreover, if it was as Zhang Feng had said, he would be able to create this gun that was even more terrifying than the invincible spear in a short period of time. Then what was Li Shimin afraid of? At that time, no matter what Guanlong 8 great families, as well as those 5 families and 7 families, they would all tremble under his power. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but become more intense. Tell me, is this matter confirmed? Li Qingqian shook his head and said, it is because of the importance of this matter that I sent out countless loyal people last night, and then hurriedly returned to the palace to report. Good. Li Shimin nodded in appreciation. It seems that I made the right choice to let you follow Feng Zi. This is the way a monarch should do. Before doing anything, you must first think clearly about the pros and cons of the matter. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back. After wandering around the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he said, I will give you a secret edict. Quickly let Niu Jinda send someone to personally go and do it according to Feng Zi's method. You must not leave Chang'an. Otherwise, if those damn flies smell it, it will be troublesome. Li Qingqian heard this and said, I obey the edict. Chapter 889. These 2 days, Chang'an was not peaceful. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for the basketball to appear. And in the palace. Ever since Li Qingqian bid farewell to Li Shimin and Li Yuan, he went to Empress Jiangxuan's place to pay his respects, then hurriedly left the palace. In his bosom, he carried a letter that Li Yuan wrote to Zhang Feng. Thinking of the contents of the letter, Li Qingqian could not help but be speechless. This retired emperor actually asked the person in charge of construction to build a basketball court in the palace that was dedicated to him. Although this request was nothing much, who would dare to do something that had never been seen before? Who would be able to bear the responsibility? Originally, Imperial Father was building a private residence for you, but you didn't even look at it. Instead, you gave it to Zhang Feng. Li Qingqian couldn't help but feel jealous. That private residence, the amount of money spent, as well as the design, were all of a higher standard than the palace. The main reason was that Li Shimin wanted to take care of Li Yuan's life, so he did everything he could. But now? This damned brat, he didn't even look at it. Looking at the groggy Wangkong, Li Qingqian could not help but sigh. All the good things were taken away by the pig. Oh, isn't this young masterly? At this moment, Li Qingqian disguised himself in the sedan and prepared to slip away to Tong Huifang. However, when he turned around, he bumped into an acquaintance. A fair-weather friend of his when he was stubborn in Chang'an. Seeing Li Qingqian now, the person also looked at the sedan in surprise and said, What, did young Masterly just slip away from home? Li Qingqian chuckled perfunctorily. That person grabbed Li Qingqian and asked mysteriously, I just heard a piece of news. Brotherly, you're at White Deer College, have you ever heard of basketball? Li Qingxian asked in surprise, "You know about it too?" The youth wearing a pink gown glanced at Li Qingxian and said, "Brother Li, are you doubting my intelligence? Who in Chang'an doesn't know about this? However, just now, when I was in Swallow Descent restaurant, I heard that someone was currently transporting large amounts of wood outside the city, as well as some kind of cement that is said to be able to instantly turn into stone. Do you know about this matter?" Li Qingxian grew impatient. "Brother Mo, feel free to speak your mind. I still have an important matter to attend to and meet the dean." If there is any delay, when that person heard this, he also put away his joking expression and said, "To be honest, I really do have some matters to attend to. Brother Li also knows about the matter of my father working in the Ministry of Works. Today, after learning about the miraculous effects of the cement, I was thinking of doing some renovations to my residence. That was why I thought of Brother Li. Right now, it seems like Brother Li and Principal Zhang have quite a deep relationship, so," Li Qingxian's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want cement?" "Yeah. As long as Brother Li is willing to help me with this big favor. I've heard that a thief from the previous dynasty was caught and his whole family was escorted back to the capital. One of the women was simply an outstanding beauty. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to send her to Brother Li's residence." Li Qingxian had also heard of this matter. Although he was tempted, how could he have the time and mood to think about it at this time? At this moment, a cold and somewhat charming voice startled the two of them. "Isn't this young Master Li? Young Master Li is also going to Prince Zhang's tavern?" The voice was very charming. When the pink-clothed youth heard the voice, he was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned around with a love-struck expression. What entered his eyes was a pair of charming eyes under the curtain of a carriage, causing the youth's saliva to flow all over the ground. Li Qingxian knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. He had also seen the power of this woman. Not daring to meet her eyes, he bowed and said, "Li Qingxian greets Miss Yu, That's right. The person who had come was Yuqi Yu, When the pink-clothed youth saw that the two of them knew each other, he hurriedly wiped the saliva off his mouth and stepped forward to bow elegantly. Mo Zitsong greets Miss Yu, Who was Yuqi Yu, Although she had not seen thousands of such debauches, she had seen hundreds of them. Therefore, she automatically filtered out Mo Zitsong's words and looked at Li Qingxian instead. "Brother Mo, let me give you a word of advice. You're a femme fatale." Then, he continued Yuqi Yu's words. "That's right, we're going to the tavern. Why did Miss Yu, come today? Because of the basketball matter?" Yuqi Yu invited Li Qingxian into the carriage, but Li Qingxian refused. This made Yuqi Yu a little surprised. She pursed her lips and said, "Could it be that young Master Li is afraid of me?" Cough, cough. "Miss Yu, what are you saying? Feng Zi is still waiting. You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." What a joke. Li Qingxian did not dare to provoke this woman. Probably only that pervert Feng Zi could control such a poisonous scorpion. The pink-clothed young man couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. Especially Li Qingxian's actions just now. It was completely different from the young Master Li he knew. Could it be that this woman was really so afraid? However, this was not important. Damn it. They did not even talk about the proper business. While Mo Zitsong was beating his chest and stamping his feet, Yuqi Gong and Qing Yaojin's subordinates, a large number of soldiers from the Chang'an military camp, disguised as ordinary people, entered Chang'an city gate with a large amount of wood. Yuqi Gong and Qing Yaojin rode on big horses. Although ordinary people would not be able to resist the two of them because of their makeup, their ferocious faces were still frightening. When the people surrounding Chang'an city's gate saw the carriages full of wood, they could not help but exclaim, "Could these people be craftsmen from Shao Mountain? Are they here to build a basketball court?" Chapter 890. The people who built the basketball court had entered the city. This news spread like wildfire among the commoners. In an instant, countless people gathered behind the carriages. They wanted to see how these pieces of wood could become the rumored object in the hands of these people. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong wandered around Chang'an City for a while. Then, Yu Qigong turned his horse's head and said, "Why don't we build one at the entrance of Tonghui Lane?" Cheng Yaojin nodded. "You don't say. This place is connected to all directions and connects the east and the west. If we build it here, not only will it highlight Fengzi, but it will also make Tonghui Lane's reputation soar. Okay, let's do it here." The two of them discussed and decided on the matter. On the other side, Niu Weili first went to Niu Pai Huang's workshop. When he did not see Zhang Feng, he went to Zhang Feng's tavern with Niu Pai Huang, who had just finished making the basketball. At this time, Zhang Feng was already sleeping soundly under the crooked tree at the entrance of the tavern. The two of them did not dare to disturb him. They squatted beside Zhang Feng with the basketball in their arms and waited. Not long after, Yu Qiyu's palanquin slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the tavern under their gazes. When Niu Weili saw the standard on the sedan chair, his scalp went numb. "Well, wait here. I'll come back another day." After saying that, Niu Weili used his running speed to escape from here. Seeing this, Niu Weili's yellow skin was stunned. What a joke. That was the sedan chair of Duke Yi's residence. Others might not recognize it, but as a small county magistrate of Chang'an, how could he not recognize it? On the first day he came to Chang'an City, the first thing he did was to remember all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. The symbol on the carriage was the best proof. Niu Weili's back could not help but break out in cold sweat as he ran. Yesterday, he also noticed the carriage and the woman in it. Although he had never seen her before, he knew that she could ride the carriage of Duke Yi's residence and walk around in such a flashy manner in Chang'an City. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that this person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. In addition, he had heard from others yesterday that this woman had only left the tavern after a long time. If she wasn't close to Prince Zhang, who would dare to do so? Today, he came to find Zhang Feng to ask for a favor. If that sentence offended the person who came, then his life would be over. However, before Niu Weili could walk out of Tonghui Fang, he saw two tall and burly men riding horses in front of Tonghui Fang. Niu Weili, who had a stomach full of anger, finally found a way to vent. After tidying up his clothes, he appeared at the entrance of Tonghui Fang with a gloomy face and coldly shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Don't you know you can't ride a horse in Chang'an City?" Hearing this, Yu Qigongqing and Yu Qigongqing Jin were all stunned. The soldiers were more interested in watching a good show. The surrounding officials and common people looked at Niu Weili with ridicule. It was indescribably strange. Niu Weili's mind was still in a mess, so he didn't notice the strange atmosphere. He stepped forward and scolded, "Where are the barbarians from? Don't you know the law of Chang'an City? Get off the horse quickly, or follow me to the Chang'an local government, ordinary." Before he finished, Niu Weili's knees went soft and he knelt on the road, trembling all over. "Hey, you, who is this fool?" Cheng Yaojin looked at Niu Weili in surprise and asked. Yu Qigong didn't know. He scratched his head and said, "I don't care who he is. Let's do what we should do. Later, we'll find Fengzi for a drink. You two, get off the horse quickly. This is the county magistrate of Chang'an local government. Yesterday, he became friends with Prince Zhang. They are brothers." Puff! Before the onlookers finished, Niu Weili spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't know it was you too. I'll get out of here. Please continue. Pretend you didn't see me." As he spoke, Niu Weili staggered to his feet and scrambled away. Damn it! Why were these two gods of slaughter here? Although the two of them were in disguise, he still remembered the jade plates on their belts. There were 5 green dragon tokens given by the emperor. Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiong, and Qin Shubao. These 5 lords were told on the first day in the Chang and local government that they couldn't be provoked. To think that I would be able to see 2 of them today. And judging from their figures, they were the most difficult to deal with, the devil Qing Yaojin and the reckless Yu Qigong. Damn it, what was wrong with Lao Tzu today? Niu Weili wanted to cry. However, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were confused. But judging from Niu Weili's behavior, this old guy seemed to have recognized them. Lao He, it seems that you're not doing a good job. Yu Qigong joked. Qing Yaojin pointed at a soldier and said, "Go, follow the county magistrate and tell him what we're here for." Yes. The soldier, who was also strong, shook his shoulders and threw a small wooden stake on the ground. He clenched his fists and followed Niu Weili with a sneer. Chapter 891. Move faster. Don't move the floor tiles. You motherf asterisk cur, go measure it and erect the wooden stake. If Feng Zi is not satisfied, Lao Tzu will skin you alive. You motherf asterisk cur, what are you going to do with such a small piece of wood? Send it to Feng Zi to light the fire. You, and the 2 of you, you can't even move a stone lion. What's the use of you? Scram, go back and get a whip for Lao Tzu. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, a pine tree with a diameter of 3 feet and a height of 3 feet was erected at the entrance of the market. This scene stunned everyone. Nero Zhou, who was in the crowd, mustered up his courage and flashed half a cigarette in his hand. He asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Yu Qigong glanced at Nero Zhou and his gaze fell on the cigarette in his hand. He frowned and asked, "Is this from Tong Huifang?" Nero Zhou heard this and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Yu Qigong said lazily, "Isn't this the basketball court that Feng Zi was talking about? Lao Tzu built a basketball court for you. What are you doing? You're embarrassing Feng Zi. Don't you know how to help? Basketball court? And it was the first basketball court to be built in Tong Huifang?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, but then they felt ashamed. It was such a thick piece of wood. It was really difficult for these children to lift it. They could not help but feel embarrassed and rushed forward to help. Nero Zhou's eyes rolled when he saw this. He also ran over to follow or shout to the soldiers who were digging the hole. The miraculous matter of the basketball court being built in Tong Huifang was out of control. The people of Chang, and who had nothing better to do, all came forward to see this strange thing. However, when they saw the wooden stake that was much higher than the entrance of the market, all of them could not help but gasp in shock. My mother! This was not something ordinary people could play with. It was so tall. How could it be thrown up? In no time, the news of Tong Huifang building a magical basketball court spread like a whirlwind. Zhang Feng also woke up amidst the commotion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Niu Pai Huang squatting beside him, which gave Zhang Feng a fright. Seeing Zhang Feng wake up, Niu Pai Huang grinned. That mouthful of yellow teeth made Zhang Feng feel nauseous. Done? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. Niu Pai Huang was so excited that he handed the basketball that Zhang Feng had modified the air valve to Zhang Feng. The basketball was simply polished, and Su Rian looked slightly rough. However, this was the effect that Zhang Feng wanted. As for the appearance, Zhang Feng didn't care. It wouldn't be too late to think about the patterns after the market opened up. Zhang Feng took the basketball and pressed it. The air of the basketball was very strong. He tried to pat it. If it weren't for the Tang dynasty, Zhang Feng would really think that this thing was also a time traveler. Not bad, you did a good job. I'll write you a note later. You go to Shao Mountain and ask the old village chief for money. From now on, I'll buy each of these things at a price of 1 million. How about that? 100 copper coins? This price made Niu Pai Huang tremble with excitement. Even with the addition of the whole piece of cowhide, the total cost was less than 30 copper coins. Niu Pai Huang couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Why do you need to go to Shao Mountain? Can't I just give it to him now? At this moment, Li Qingqian's voice sounded from beside the palanquin. Zhang Feng looked over and only then did he notice Yuqi standing beside Li Qingqian. She was wearing a peach-colored gauze dress and holding an oil paper umbrella. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a question in his mind. You too, Li Qingqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand. We just met on the road. Besides, you were sleeping soundly. Miss Yu couldn't bear to disturb you, so I told her about you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing this, Yuqi slightly bowed and said, Yu greets Prince Zhang. I haven't seen you for a day, but Prince Zhang's complexion looks better. My goodness, your grandma's leg. Seeing you, Lao Tzu feels uncomfortable everywhere. However, Zhang Feng only dared to criticize in his heart. After seeing Li Qingqian give Niu Pai Huang a banknote, he smiled and cupped his hands. However, Zhang Feng didn't invite the two of them in. Instead, he asked, what's going on the street? Did the people on the mountain come back? It's so noisy. Li Qingqian was stunned. You don't know? What do I know? Hearing their conversation, Yuqi couldn't help but smile and said, let you explain. It's at the entrance of Tonghui Square. Cousin and old Chen are building the basketball court Prince Zhang mentioned. Zhang Feng nodded when he heard this. He patted the basketball in his hand, but it was snatched away by Li Qingqian. Out of curiosity, Li Qingqian slammed it on the ground, giving Zhang Feng and Yuqi a fright. The basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air, then bounced off the roof of the tavern and went to another place. Li Qingqian couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, what's that? Did that ball spread its wings? Chapter 892 F***CK Zhang Feng looked at the basketball that disappeared in the air and couldn't help but burst out with a classic phrase. Yuqi and Niu Pai Huang, who were about to leave, were stunned. Zhang Feng didn't have time to scold Li Qingqian. He ran after the basketball. Yuqi glared at Li Qingqian and also lifted her skirt. She didn't even want the umbrella. Like a butterfly, she chased after Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, wait for me. Li Qingqian finally reacted. He looked at his own hand, then looked at the yellow leather that was looking at him with bad intentions. He shouted, why aren't you looking for the ball? If you lose the ball, this young master will strip you and make you into a basketball. As he spoke, Li Qingqian took a step forward and followed after him. This was the first basketball. Naturally, he knew the value of this ball. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's character, he wouldn't care if he lost it. Why would he chase after it? At most, he would just make another one. There were only 8 days left until the mid-autumn hunt. At the entrance of Tonghui Fang, Yuqi Gong and Cheng Yaojin looked at the busy crowd. They squatted on the side of the road and smoked while pondering about the magic of this basketball. When they were talking about it, the two old men couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, Yuqi Gong finished his cigarette and was about to add a second one. He heard a dong sound. Someone suddenly slapped his head from the top of his head. Instantly, the cigarette in his mouth went into his throat. It was so hot that Yuqi Gong slapped Cheng Yaojin's face. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he shouted, "Are you F***king itching for a beating?" Yuqi Gong was also anxious. "What? Do you want to move around? Lao Tzu provoked you. How dare you slap Lao Tzu's head? Look at Lao Tzu's mouth. It's full of F***king blisters. Mother F***ker, who the F***ck allowed you to smoke? It's like you're doing something. Can't you be more refined? Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a strange sound suddenly rang out beside them. The two of them weren't mortals, so they instantly noticed the bouncing black ball. Yu Qigong, on the other hand, was even more imposing. He grabbed Cheng Yaojin's collar with one hand and punched him with the other. In an instant, that black ball, under everyone's gaze, quickly flew out and bounced off the basketball that had just been erected not far away. Then, it once again flew back to Yu Qigong's face at an even faster speed than before. This time, Cheng Yaojin was dumbfounded. Yu Qigong also heard the sound of the ball breaking through the air. When he turned his face, it just so happened that his big face was in close contact with the basketball. Boom! Yu Qigong was, after all, a martial artist. The power of his punch was naturally different from others. At this time, after the basketball slowly bounced away, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, 2 long streams of blood gushed out from Yu Qigong's nose like spring water. At this time. Everyone looked at the strange thing and sucked in a breath of cold air. The dignified Duke of Yi was actually sneakily attacked by a hidden weapon? In an instant, the soldiers who were working were all excited and were about to surround the ball. Some of them even chased after the basketball. They kicked and punched and kicked it even more vigorously. The onlookers burst into laughter. At this time, Nero Zhou looked at Yu Qigong's nose with some confusion and then looked at the black thing that everyone was chasing. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Isn't that Prince Zhang's basketball? Who brought it here?" At this time, everyone was stunned. They looked at the basketball in astonishment. Cheng Yaojin, who was laughing at Yu Qigong, and Yu Qigong, who was rolling up his sleeves in a rage, were also stunned. Yu Qigong wiped the blood from his nose and angrily pointed at Nero Zhou. "Boy, let me ask you. Are you sure that this thing is Feng Zi's basketball? If you dare to lie, Lao Tzu will tear you apart alive." Nero Zhou was obviously frightened by Yu Qigong's fierceness. He said with trembling legs, "Master, this is really Prince Zhang's basketball. Today at the entrance of Niu Pai Huang, everyone saw it." "Yes, Master, this ball was made by Prince Zhang. I also saw it at that time, but it didn't look so lively at that time." Hearing that, all the onlookers could not help but be shocked. "What? Are you sure this thing is Prince Zhang's basketball? Why does it look so strange? Oh my God!" At this time, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin could not help but be secretly shocked. This thing, they finally knew how to use it in the military. This damn thing was simply prepared for the training of sharpshooters. "Come on, catch it for me. Motherf *Ker, who told you to kick it? If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it even if I kill you." Finally, the group of bandits became obedient. After a while, they caught the basketball and respectfully handed it to Yu Qigong. Cheng Yaojin wanted to play, but Yu Qigong pushed him aside. Bang! Yu Qigong smashed it hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air. Yu Qigong could not help but be amused. "Hey! This kid is really AF * king talent." Chapter 893. Cheng Yaojin had long been itching to play. Seeing that Yu Qigong was not paying attention, he kicked him aside and grabbed the basketball. He hugged the basketball with both hands and laughed, old you, I said you don't know how to play. You really don't know how to play. Let me show you how I play." While talking, Cheng Yaojin almost used all his strength. He raised both hands above his head and was about to throw the basketball down. At this moment, Zhang Feng's angry voice also sounded not far away. "Stop!" Bang! But it was too late. The black basketball in Cheng Yaojin's hand had already broken countless willow branches in an instant and rushed into the sky under Zhang Feng's frightened, distressed, and angry eyes. For a moment Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with distress, anger, and an impulse to kill. Wuxia Xianxia, Niu Pai Huang, and the others who were following closely behind were even more shocked. Especially Xianxia, whose face changed instantly. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong also noticed Zhang Feng's face. The onlookers also noticed his face. After a commotion, the crowd could not help but slowly retreat. Hey, Fengzi, don't be so stingy. Isn't this the way to play this thing? Cheng Yaojin saw Zhang Feng's face and his heart skipped a beat. But who was he? He was Cheng Yaojin, a pain in the ass. He touched his nose and could not find anything. As for his face? What was that thing? He really did not know what it was. Seeing this, Nero Zhou rolled his eyes. Seeing that no one cared about the basketball falling down, he hurriedly rushed up and wanted to catch the basketball to take the credit. But when he opened his arms and waited for the basketball to fall into his arms, a pair of big hands swayed in front of him and the basketball steadily fell into Yu Qigong's hands. And he coldly glanced at Nero Zhou. This glance made Nero Zhou tremble all over. They hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to move. At this time, Zhang Feng finally caught up. He angrily snatched the basketball and looked at it with distress. He almost covered it under his buttocks. Motherf **Ker, Lao Tzu hadn't even played the ball when it was ready. Motherf **Ker, Lao Tzu was almost reimbursed. Are you guys stupid? If Lao Tzu doesn't have a ball during the mid-autumn hunt, Lao Tzu will fight it out with you. Cheng Yaojin finally realized that something wasn't right. Under Li Qingxian's gaze, he hurriedly asked, Feng Zi, this isn't how you play it? Zhang Feng looked at the scratches on the ball with heartache and said fiercely, what do you think? If I let you guys play like this, Lao Tzu wouldn't be able to do it. I'll just let you guys do it. This ball suddenly hit his face. Look, it's bleeding. I don't know where it came from, so in order to avenge my brother, I can only do this. I thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. The more Cheng Yaojin said, the more guilty he felt. In the end, he couldn't help but stare at Li Qingxian and ask, what's the matter with this ball? Why did it grow legs and run over here? It's him, master. It's not my fault. It's him. He took it from Prince Zhang, and then just like you just did, Niu Pai Huang betrayed Li Qingxian without any sense of loyalty. In his opinion, Feng Zi was known for being honest and always being bullied. Who didn't know that Li Qingxian was stubborn? Seeing the disaster, Niu Pai Huang immediately stood on Zhang Feng's side. Li Qingxian was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Well, I didn't do it on purpose, hey. So it was you who did it? Come. Look at my nose, look at my mouth. Don't you know how useful Feng Zi's basketball is? You took it out to tease old man? How could Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin let go of such a good thing? They immediately stood up and began to blame Li Qingxian. 8 days. There are only 8 days left. Feng Zi put in a lot of effort. Do you think it's easy for him? What are you thinking, kid? And you. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk about you. As he spoke, Yu Qigong pointed at Wuxia, wanting to say something. Although Wuxia was wearing a peach-colored veil, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She looked as if she had been wronged, causing Yu Qigong to smack his lips and turn around to vent his frustration at Li Qingxian. Enough. Let's stop acting, okay? Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He quickly stopped everyone. How could he not know that they were acting? However, Zhang Feng's words caused them to be stunned. What's acting? Zhang Feng instantly exploded. How the **ck would I know what acting is? Let me ask you. Do you think Lao Tzu is a bully? When Lao Tzu is ruthless, he even beat up his own people. Do you think I'm a coward? They were speechless. Knowing that Zhang Feng had said the wrong thing, he was infuriated. Otherwise, how could he have said such a stupid thing? Now that Zhang Feng was angry, they did not want to get into trouble. He could only accept whatever Zhang Feng said and smile sheepishly as he apologized. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. As for the soldiers, they were already doing what they were supposed to do. They did not even dare to look. Which son of AB*TCH would dare to get into trouble at this time? That was simply courting death. That was F*King hysteria. Chapter 894. After Zhang Feng sulked for a while, he calmed down for a while. Li Qingxian hurried forward and pressed Zhang Feng down on the steps. He let him sit down and wiped his back to help him breathe. At this point, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I'm very happy. You did a good job with this basketball. The quality of this thing is very good." Zhang Feng tried to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He touched his chest with one hand and tried to calm himself down. At this time, he would be courting death if he quarreled with these two hooligans. Moreover, he would be laughed at for no reason. Yu couldn't listen anymore. After seeing Zhang Feng's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Gong stared at her fiercely, but it didn't work. "Do you have a cigarette?" Zhang Feng said calmly, but he still held the basketball tightly. Yes. Gong hurriedly handed Zhang Feng a cigarette. He lit it for him. Zhang Feng sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. Then he tried to calm himself down. Looking at the two big pillars not far away, he asked, "What is this thing?" Zhang Feng was really angry at this time. A basketball was a small matter, but if there was a problem with this thing, he really couldn't be sure whether he could make another one in 8 days. The most important reason was he was running out of rubber. Looking at the remaining rubber in the pot, it was the limit to make 5 more. And this was the situation when he first started. If it was Niu Pai Huang, who knew if he could make 3? It would be great if there were steel wires, at least it was durable. Otherwise, if it was given to these people, he was sure that if they kept playing like this, in less than 2 hours, even if there were 10, they would all be finished. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. After stroking the basketball in his arms and making sure it was fine, Zhang Feng's anger subsided a little. However, after seeing the 2 poles, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded again. He really couldn't understand why such a big piece of wood was erected here. With the help of the soldiers, Gong managed to stop his nosebleed. He said, "Isn't this the club you made according to the method you said? Is it wrong?" Zhang Feng dared not say it was wrong. He was afraid of being beaten. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, but yours is a little big. Do you think anyone can jump so high? Are you sure that from a few years old to a 70 or 80 years old woman can compete with your physical strength?" Zhang Feng asked as he pointed to the hoop on the cue stick that was 4 meters above the ground. Gong scratched the back of his head. "That's what you said. Who knew that this thing needs to be jumped? Such a small ball, I can easily throw it in. Don't talk about a ball, I can even throw such a big lump of metal into it. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhang Feng stared at Gong with an expressionless face. Gong's face stiffened when he heard that. He then smiled awkwardly and said, "Then what do you think we should do? The pole is already erected. Tear it down. What else can we do?" Zhang Feng's entire body was about to crack. It was such a simple thing that even a fool could think of. Why couldn't he? Do you think everyone is as big and burly as you are? At that moment, Li Qingxian and Yu also looked at Zhang Feng and Gong arguing with each other with a stunned expression. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were indescribably shocked. At that moment, Gong and Zhang Feng argued for a while. Under Zhang Feng's threat of quitting, they finally compromised. Then what do we do if we tear it down? This. Come, Li Qingqian. Bring me a pen and paper. Zhang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly waved his hand and took the opportunity to hold back the blood in his throat. Li Qingqian, who had caused trouble, ran faster than a rabbit. He got a pen and ink from somewhere and tossed a piece of white paper to Zhang Feng under everyone's envious gazes. Zhang Feng took the pen and paper and started drawing on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks, wanting to see what Zhang Feng was up to. Zhang Feng wasn't an art student, but at that moment, he had the illusion that he was forced to be one. Everything had to be drawn clearly, and even the dimensions were clearly marked. Moments later, a proper backboard appeared before everyone's eyes. That's it? Yu Qigong's eyes widened when he saw that. Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have told me earlier about such a simple thing. Look at this mess. It wasn't easy for me to get this freshly cut wood from Peng Mountain. It's all ruined now. Zhang Feng clutched his chest and trembled in anger. Yu Qigong continued to hammer his head and sigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Feng was completely mad. He turned to Cheng Yaojin with lifeless eyes and said, Old Chen, where's your saber? I want to chop someone up. Chapter 895. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly carried Zhang Feng back to the tavern. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Yu Qigong and the others hurriedly went to find a carpenter, swearing that they would finish this thing before nightfall. Only then did Zhang Feng stop. At this time, Yu Qigong felt refreshed. The grudge of being tricked by Zhang Feng had been avenged. Although he had gotten his revenge, Yu Qigong knew the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly went to the marine training ground. When it came to wood, and ready-made wooden planks at that, where else could there be? Without a doubt, it was the marine training ground. As for what to do after it was done, Yu Qigong didn't think about it. As long as they dared to ask him for it, he would just give them the wood shipped to Chang'an City. On the other side. At this time, the desolate mountain wasn't so peaceful. The old village chief carried a bellyful of good news and spread it along the way. He wanted everyone to know about Zhang Feng's great achievements. In the end, everyone was shocked to know about the dean's plan. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao looked at the old village chief who was smiling so widely that his wrinkles were blooming. They asked anxiously, did he say when he'll be back? How can he be there alone? The old village head blinked, but in the end, he decided to hide the matter of Yu Qi. However, he could still deceive Zhang Yuyao. As for whether he could deceive Jingshu, that was unknown. After reporting that he was safe, the old village chief didn't disturb them anymore. He got up and ran to the waterfall. At this time, Yu Shernan and the others had already entered Zhang Feng's living room. As soon as they entered, they asked in surprise, Old village chief, what is that kid up to at the foot of the mountain again? Without waiting for Yu Shernan to finish, Sun Simiao also came up and asked, Old man, just heard that Feng Zi spent a month with us at the foot of the mountain to come up with a basketball formula. Old village chief, tell me, what is this basketball? Why doesn't old man know? The old village chief was stunned. Just as he was about to thank them, he was stunned when he heard what they said. What? You don't know? What do we know? Yu Shernan's face stiffened. He snorted coldly and said, looks like it's that brat's doing again. He hasn't done anything yet. You're going to accuse us of something that doesn't even exist. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? Sun Simiao was even more anxious. His entire life's reputation. Although he knew that Zhang Feng's medical skills weren't shallow, he didn't even know about something that could prolong one's life. How could this kid know? If something went wrong after eating it, wouldn't that be terrible? Sun Simiao couldn't help but hurriedly step forward and pull the old village chief's hand, asking, Old village chief, hurry up and tell me, what is this thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life like? The old village chief thought about the black thing and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He asked, "You don't know what's in the pot?" "What pot?" Hearing this, the old village chief suddenly understood. "This is bad. That brat even lied to me?" Yushirnan and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They hurriedly asked, "Why don't you tell us what that brat is doing first, and then we'll see what we can do. That brat is very sly." "How would I know? I don't know where he got a pot of black stuff from, and the smell is even worse than the toilet. By the way, do you know about cowhide yellow? The guy who cooks cowhide yellow?" The more they listened, the more confused they felt. Their hearts couldn't help but thump. "Didn't you say that Feng was tinkering with something? Why did he go to that place? Could it be that he went to look for cinnabar? But what's there in that place? Where is their cinnabar? That brat said that he was tinkering with some kind of basketball, something that could be used to deal with this mid-autumn hunt." The old village chief stomped his feet anxiously. As he spoke, he prepared to run down the mountain. The others hurriedly pressed him down on the bench. Yushirnan looked at Zhongren suspiciously and asked, "Believe me, do you remember that brat said that he was tinkering with something to deal with this mid-autumn hunt?" "Yes, I remember, but what if that brat is up to something unorthodox? Then, what will we do?" The few of them couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this brat was tinkering with a basketball? They couldn't help but surround the old village chief and tell him everything that he had heard and seen in detail. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Although they were certain that Zhang Feng was up to something and wasn't cheating, they didn't know the specifics. They couldn't help but call Zhang Sun over and ask him to go down the mountain immediately to see what Zhang Feng was up to, and report back as soon as possible. As for Zhang Yuyao, she couldn't help but sit at the side and choke as she listened to everyone's words. As she sobbed, Zhang Yuyao glared fiercely at the few of them and said over and over again in her heart, "Prince Zhang is risking his life at the foot of the mountain, and you bunch of old men are here talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed?" Chapter 896. Zhang Sun had been so busy these past few days that he felt like he was about to fly. On one hand, he had to deal with the smelting workshop. On the other hand, he had to deal with the mobilization of the people on the mountain. He and Cheng Chumo were so tired that they were about to collapse. But just now, he was finally free. Yushirnan had personally ordered him to immediately go down the mountain and ask what the hell Zhang Feng was trying to do. When Zhang Sun heard this, he immediately got up from the stool and ran off. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry that they cried out that the heavens were unfair. Zhang Sun went down the mountain, got a horse, and galloped towards Chang'an City. Along the way, he saw people from the military camp. At this time, they were pulling large and thick lumber in an endless stream. They were lining up to transport it to Chang'an City. After asking around a little, Zhang Sun found out that these things were actually going to build a basketball court. What kind of thing is a basketball court? Zhang Sun was suspicious as he galloped. The closer he got to Chang'an City, the more people were talking about this. When he reached Chang'an City, the things that entered his ears were all about strengthening one's body, relaxing one's muscles and meridians to prolong one's life, and so on. He even heard some people talking about what kind of magical thing Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang had made. He could fly more than 10 feet high with a single jump. This made Zhang Sun even more confused. What was Feng Zi doing? Before he could go to Yen Lai Lu to have some fun, Zhang Sun urged the date red horse to gallop into Tong Huifang. The originally sparsely populated Tong Huifang was now extremely crowded. Zhang Sun couldn't help but slow down. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Tong Hui Square, the place was already filled with commoners who wanted to join in the fun. There were also vehicles loaded with piles of wood. Even the roadside was filled with piles of wood. From afar, Zhang Sun saw a familiar face. He hastily called over one of Yuqi Gong's soldiers. This soldier was once one of the stubborn ones in Chang'an. His father was a subordinate of Zhangsun Wuji. There was once when they went too far and almost burned down Yan Lai restaurant. When the Ministry of Works demanded an explanation, this kid took the initiative to take the blame for Zhang Sun Chong. Furthermore, Zhang Sun Chong was also very generous. With a drink, he bribed Yuqi Baolin and allowed him to enter the military camp. Now that they met again, the two of them sighed. However, Zhang Sun couldn't be bothered to ask about his well-being. Wouldn't it be fine if he invited him to Yan Lai Lu to book a place for him after he was done? Let me ask you, what is going on? As Zhang Sun spoke, he took out a cigarette from his bosom and handed it to the young man. The young man was too lazy to refuse. After taking out a lighter, he said, "I suggest you go and ask your brother." That kid was almost angered to death. Zhang Sun was even more curious. Why don't you tell him properly? However, the young man only chuckled and pointed at Yuqi Gong's red nose. Your brother is really AF * king talent. See that? No blood on his blade. He didn't even appear, and he made this Yiksha blush. He. Zhang Sun Chong looked in the direction of his finger. He saw Yuqi Gong with his hands on his hips and angrily shouting at the crowd while rubbing his nose. There was even a dog skin plaster stuck on his nose. That look was simply, seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Zhang Sun Chong threw the reins in his hand and hurried to the tavern where Zhang Feng was. And inside the tavern. At this moment, Zhang Feng could no longer see a trace of anger on his face. This made Li Qingqian and Yuqi Yu very puzzled. Li Qingqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Could it be that you were faking it just now?" Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and placed his feet on the table, rocking the recliner. He pointed at his temple and said, "Think again. See if you've improved after being with me for so long." Li Qingqian was stunned when he heard that. A hint of surprise flashed across Yuqi Yu's beautiful eyes in an instant. She couldn't understand Zhang Feng more and more, and the mysterious attraction on Zhang Feng was what attracted her the most. Especially after coming to Chang'an and hearing the things that Zhang Feng said in meeting Li Qingqian, Yuqi Yu wanted to get Zhang Feng even more. Otherwise, how could someone as handsome as Zhang Feng, who didn't have a wife for the time being, be Yan Lai restaurant songstress and a young lady from a small family be Zhang Feng's wife? Were they even worthy? At this moment, Li Qingqian was frowning and smoking a cigarette. After wandering around the tavern for a long time, he said, "Fengzi, do you mean to attack Wei to rescue Zhao?" Yuqi Yu was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Li, what do you mean by attacking Wei to rescue Zhao?" Of course, she didn't know. However, for Li Qingqian, who knew about Zhang Feng's plan to rescue India, he could still remember a little of it. After all, it had only been less than 10 days since that incident. Zhang Feng nodded, then shook his head. Not bad. That's a little interesting, but it still doesn't make sense. How is this attacking Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Qingqian's frown deepened when he heard that. As the crown prince, he was more anxious than anyone else, especially when Zhang Feng suddenly gave you a test without anyone noticing. He was even more anxious. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng said leisurely, "Think about what I did today and everything that happened since you heard about me talking about basketball. This is my test for you. If you complete it, I'll give you a big gift. If you can't answer it, your credits this year, hee. Chapter 897. Li Qingqian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. What was that? It was a threat. It was a blatant threat. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only pull at his hair and squat at the entrance of the tavern. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, holding his head in pain. In his head, he connected all the things that Zhang Feng had done in the past few days to everything Zhang Feng had done after learning about the mid-autumn hunt. However, he really thought of something. Wuxia was even more surprised. Over the past few days in Chang'an, she had already inquired about all the young masters of the aristocratic families in Chang'an from a stubborn person. She even knew the hobbies of the 4 great demon kings, what they were used to doing in their daily lives, and what businesses they owned. No one knew what she wanted to do. No one knew why she wanted to know all this. Her original goal was to get close to the crown prince. However, after knowing everything, she felt that Zhang Feng was too mysterious at the moment. People who were eager to prove themselves loved challenges. Especially someone as outstanding as her. Even the young masters of the aristocratic families in Jiangnan were controlled by her. She was tired after so many years. When she came to Chang'an again, she had fantasized that if Zhang Feng couldn't do it, she would go to the crown prince. However, it seemed that Zhang Feng had successfully attracted her. Seeing how Li Qingxian was tormented by Zhang Feng's words, Wuxia couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng and ask, "Prince Zhang, what are you talking about?" Zhang Feng didn't dare to look at the vixen Wuxia. However, when he suddenly heard her voice, he couldn't help but look over subconsciously. Looking at it this way, my goodness, it was simply asking for his life. Especially after the two of them had physical contact, Zhang Feng didn't know whether to sit or stand. At this moment, Li Qingxian, who was a wet blanket, suddenly slapped his thigh, waking Zhang Feng up. "I got it." "What did you get?" Wuxia asked as she glared at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian naturally did not notice the flirtatious atmosphere between the two of them. He said, "It's very simple. Feng Zi wants to expand the appeal of basketball, just like promoting those braised meat, bone-strengthening powder, cooperatives, and so on." Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and took over the awkwardness. He couldn't help but give Li Qingxian a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, continue." Seeing Zhang Feng praise him, Li Qingxian was very excited. He finally got it right. Seeing Zhang Feng ask again, he put on a scholarly air with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't care about the unsightly behavior just now and said, "The reason why you flew into a rage at the entrance of the market square was because you wanted to tell everyone about the sturdiness and miraculous nature of this item, and at the same time, you wanted others to know about the preciousness of this ball? Only when you get angry will the people in Chang'an know how to cherish this thing. Only then will they know how difficult it is to obtain it, right?" After Li Qingxian finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Feng unwaveringly. This affirmation was very important to him. After all, he was the crown prince. If he hadn't learned anything from Zhang Feng after following him for so long, it would be embarrassing. Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. "Not bad. You can think of it so thoroughly. At least you're smarter than Du Dabing." Hearing Zhang Feng's praise, Li Qingxian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Feng continued, "Since you already know, you should know what to do now, right?" This time, Li Qingxian was asked again. "What to do?" Zhang Feng felt a little stuffy. He knocked on the armrest of the recliner and said, "Do you still need to ask? Continue to preach to me about the awesomeness of basketball. Before the backboard is released tomorrow, we have to let more people know about this. Most importantly, we have to let the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights know about this. Only then will the Mid-Autumn Hunt program between Chang'an University and White Deer College be recognized." Hearing this, Li Qingxian suddenly understood. He couldn't do anything else, but for this matter, he only needed to say a word. After settling this matter, Li Qingxian sat across from Zhang Feng and Wuxia. Seeing that it was getting late, he pondered for a while before lighting the oil lamp. However, when the oil lamp was lit, Li Qingxian realized that Wuxia and Zhang Feng were both staring at him. Li Qingxian couldn't help but realize something. He hurriedly said, "Well, I'll do it now." As he spoke, he was about to slip away. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "After this matter is settled, immediately inform Tai Nyo and the other bastards to come down the mountain. Also, Hao Chujun, Ma Zhou, and the others, you have to participate in this matter. When the time comes, the mid-autumn hunt will depend on you. You're planning to go with all of us? Li Qingqian was a little flustered. If they went for the mid-autumn hunt, what competition did he have? How could the people from the Imperial College and the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights not know them? This identity, Zhang Feng said angrily, before the mid-autumn hunt, if you bastards lose to Hao Chujun and the others, you can prepare to pour moonlight night incense on the mountain for Lao Tzu. Hearing this, Li Qingqian hurriedly left. It was better to pour moonlight night incense than to expose his identity and be beaten up by his father and the Emperor Emeritus. Chapter 898. After Li Qingqian left, the room fell silent again. A lone lamp, a lone man and a lone woman. Zhang Feng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Although Yuqi sat quietly by his side, her body fragrance still stimulated Zhang Feng's nerves. The moment he smelled her scent, Zhang Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene from yesterday. Slowly, Zhang Feng felt his body heat up. Ahem, Miss Yu, I'm really sorry to have made you sit here for so long. May I know the reason for your visit today? Yuqi looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and pursed her lips into a smile. It's fine. Actually, you came today to see what the rumored basketball is. But now, I've seen it. Well, it's getting late. Why don't you rest? The moment he said that, Zhang Feng broke out in a cold sweat. His original intention was to urge Yu to go back as soon as the sky turned dark. But damn it, why did his words sound so different when his mouth was loose? Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, No. What I meant was that it's getting dark, and a lone man and woman are alone. No, what I meant was that you should go back. Zhang Feng was on the verge of tears. Why was his usual IQ offline now? What the hell was going on? Yuqi had seen a lot of this. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I thought Prince Zhang would ask you to stay, but it turns out that Prince Zhang doesn't like you, that much? Zhang Feng was about to break down because of Yuqi's teasing. Damn it, she's not even afraid. What are you afraid of? If you don't eat meat that's delivered to your door, are you still a man? However, Zhang Feng's words told him that this woman was very dangerous. She was like a venomous snake, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about done being teased, Yuqi covered her mouth and laughed. Prince Zhang, you don't have to be so conflicted. Yuqi then asked, what plans does Prince Zhang have for the future? Seeing that Yuqi had let him off the hook, Zhang Feng was somewhat disappointed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. As for the future, I haven't thought about that. Does Miss Yu have any good suggestions? I wouldn't call it a suggestion, Yuqi's eyes flashed slightly. However, doesn't Prince Zhang want to go up a bit? After all, regardless of Prince Zhang's attainments in poetry or other aspects, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, although I don't dare to say that he's a Grand Duke, he's still a second-rank official. Zhang Feng's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Miss Yu, you're being too serious. Although this is my idea, I still need to take it one step at a time. Although these things happen to be similar to what His Majesty thinks, it's not good. If I bite off more than I can chew, it will only be difficult for me in the future. Therefore, it's better for me to live a carefree life like this. What was this demon trying to do? Was she trying to pry into his background? Although Zhang Feng also wanted to be the emperor, that position was easy to sit on. However, he was just a young brat without any foundation or connections. If he wanted to join someone else's huge team of interests, he was simply courting death. Yuqi seemed to have expected Zhang Feng's answer. She nodded and said, the world is so big. Does Prince Zhang intend to lean towards one? This lady has heard that Prince Zhang has made some metal boat. I also heard that Prince Zhang said that on the other side of the distant sea, there's a large area of wilderness. This girl's ambition was not small. Zhang Feng couldn't help but become vigilant. If Zhang Feng was really the kind of guy who was blinded by lard and only thought about women, then Zhang Feng would be on the right track at this moment. However, Zhang Feng was not that kind of person. Therefore, Zhang Feng only smiled and interrupted Yuqi Yu, I didn't expect that a woman like Miss Yu would be so interested in this matter. This is the blessing of my Tang dynasty. When my metal boat is completed one day, if Miss Yu is interested, why don't we go overseas and have a look together? Disappointment flashed in Yuqi Yu's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and nodded, that's for sure. After that, the two of them continued to chat. Yuqi Yu could see that Zhang Feng was already wary of her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was too hasty. Only then did she ease the atmosphere and use her charm to seduce Zhang Feng. Just as she was about to die, the sound of horse hooves made Yuqi Yu leave with a smile. After Yuqi Yu left, the smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared without a trace. Such an ambitious person, if she were a man, could really become a close friend. However, such a person was also extremely dangerous. You couldn't be sure when she would stab you in the back. However, this was easy to guard against. However, Zhang Feng really couldn't imagine what would happen to Yu. He couldn't help but sigh, beautiful women are all mother *king poison. Yo! You brat, this is awesome. When are you going to attend the wedding banquet? Zhang Sun Chong walked in with a smile and an expression of, you know what I mean. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only roll his eyes. Why are you here? Zhang Sun picked up a cup of tea that no one had drunk before and said as he drank, Mr. Bashi and the others know that you're causing trouble and are a little angry, so they asked me to come down and ask. However, you're actually eating secretly? When Lao Tzu invited you to Yen Lai restaurant, you pretended to be a grandson. Now, hearing this, Zhang Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard! Chapter 899. Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about that woman anymore. However, his mind was full of Yuqi Yu, which made Zhang Feng even more irritated. You've seen what happened. That's what happened. As for how you want to explain it, that's your problem. However, you can rest assured that they will be watching the game. If I'm not wrong, Li Qian's men should have already returned to the mountain. So, since you're here, don't leave. I'll show you what basketball is tomorrow. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't willing to explain and that Li Qingxian had already sent people to the mountain, Zhang Sun was naturally eager to stay. After all, he had been lusting after the ladies from Swallow Descent restaurant during his days on the mountain. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't interested, Zhang Sun got ready to leave. However, after getting up, Zhang Sun asked again, Fengzi, are you sure nothing happened between you and Yu? Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to kill someone, Zhang Sun hurriedly shut his mouth. However, he couldn't help but say, let me give you a piece of advice as a brother. You can play with this woman, but don't ever take her seriously. This woman isn't simple. As a brother, this is all I can tell you. After saying that, Zhang Sun slipped away. How could Zhang Feng not know about this? However, he didn't know what kind of bewitching potion he had been fed, but his mind was filled with this woman. He didn't know if this was old Yu's arrangement or if there was something wrong with this woman. If it was old Yu, then it shouldn't be. Otherwise, old Yu would have already taken Yu away by force yesterday. He wouldn't have needed to ask him and would have strongly recommended Yuqi Yu. During this period, Buggy wasn't the first person to remind him that this woman wasn't simple. He wasn't stupid either, but human nature was just that annoying. Even though he knew that Yuqi Yu might be a pit of fire, Zhang Feng still wanted to take a look at this pit of fire to see what was inside. Perhaps this was the nature of servility. Sigh. F***ck your love. Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long sigh. Although he had long fantasized about picking up the prettiest girls, the three women around him were all top-notch. As for Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao, everyone was optimistic about them. However, Zhang Feng felt that it was so easy to get, so boring. One was as cold as a goddess, while the other was as pure as the little girl next door. As for this Yu, who could charm all living things, she actually made his heart stir. However, someone was trying to dissuade him. This woman might be a poisonous snake. The more he tried to dissuade her, the more Zhang Feng wanted to approach the snake. He wanted to see what she wanted to do. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng actually fell asleep on the recliner. Zhang Feng was asleep. However, Yu Qigong wasn't so lucky. At this time, he was arguing with a group of imperial guards in a corner of the East Market. At this time, the Tang dynasty hadn't entered the era where people didn't close their doors at night, so there was still a curfew. Once the hour passed, a large number of imperial guards and city guards were roaming the streets and alleys of Chang'an. If you didn't go home after being warned 3 times, you would be sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison to lie dead for 3 days. At this time, Yu Qigong, who was desperately rushing to finish the construction, encountered a group of people who didn't care about their lives. They blocked everyone's way with red faces and thick necks. Even the city guards and imperial guards drew their Modeo swords from their waists. Yu Qigong's subordinates, who were all people who had seen blood on the battlefield, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. At this time, they didn't carry any weapons and were even wearing the clothes of ordinary people. However, the moment these people drew their Modeo swords, everyone instantly looked at the group of new recruits with half-smiles. The new military training of half a month had already made them full of anger. Now, they finally found an outlet to vent. What's going on? At this time, Yu Qigong rushed over on a big horse and stared at the imperial guard who drew his Modeo swords and asked. When the imperial guard saw that the person in charge was riding a horse in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but become angrier. Very well. Old man, don't you know that after the curfew, except for the Duke and the Emperor, no one is allowed to stay on the streets, let alone ride a horse? Men, tie this old bastard up for me. However, before they could do anything, Yu Qigong was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. He waved his hand, and the group of soldiers who were watching the show instantly pounced on him like hungry wolves. The imperial guards and city guards had never seen this kind of person before. They were so frightened that they turned pale. Especially the leader of the group. After seeing this, the first thing he did was not to question. Instead, he drew a swana from his waist and hurriedly blew into it. Rebellion, rebellion, you dare to rebel? Just wait for Lao Tzu to cut you into pieces. Oh? You're still calling for help? Yu Qigong was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand to stop his subordinates, lit a cigarette, and sat on the horse to wait. When the sound of the lock fell, as if it was a signal, the quiet streets of Chang'an city were filled with waves of rapid locking sounds. In less than a cup of tea's time, the entire East Market was surrounded. At this moment, a man who looked like a general riding on a horse and wearing armor slowly urged his warhorse to come over. As for the squad leader, he hurriedly stepped forward and recounted all of Yu Qigong's crimes in an exaggerated manner. However, the soldiers under Yu Qigong couldn't help but laugh when they saw the general clearly. Chapter 900. The general had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. After hearing the special signal from his captain, he hurried over with his men. Chang'an was not peaceful during this period of time. Basically, spies from India, Turks, and even the western regions were found every day. This made all the Chang'an guards jittery for a moment. Originally, after the damn dean of White Deer College stirred up some trouble in Chang'an city, the spies became more active. This made all the guards of Chang'an city complain incessantly. Tonight, he was finally ready to go home for a drink, but the sound of the horn angered him so much that he rushed over with his spear on his horse without even taking off his armor. However, when he got closer, although he could not see the face of the person riding the horse clearly, he could tell that they were a group of commoners from the way they dressed. He could not help but explode with anger. A group of dogs, how dare they court death in the middle of the night? However, when he noticed that the corner of Yu Qigong's mouth was flashing and white smoke was blowing out like him, he felt that something was amiss. This was a cigarette. In Jianghu, there were only a handful of people who could afford to smoke cigarettes, except for the Grand Duke's mansions and the Imperial Palace. Even if they could get a little of it, who would not treat it like a treasure? The general could not help but be a little cautious. "Hey, you over there, tell me your name." The general did not dare to be careless. He stopped when he was 5 feet away from Yu Qigong. At this moment, Yu Qigong did not say anything, but a soldier beside Yu Qigong joked, "I'm talking about punishment porridge. He even dared to beat up your father. Do you want to die?" The general's expression changed drastically. Punishment porridge. That was his name. He was also Cheng Yaojin's eldest son and Cheng Chumo's elder brother. Punishment porridge was shocked to hear that from this group of unruly commoners. He hurriedly urged his horse forward to take a look and could not help but gasp. In Jianghu city, other than the two in the Imperial Palace, who could control his father? That was the man in front of him. He couldn't help but urge his horse forward. He was no longer as imposing as before. With his head drooping, he dismounted from his horse and walked to Yu Qigong's side. He hurriedly took out a cigarette from his bosom and lowered it to his lips. "No, it's Uncle Yu. Please forgive me. It's all my nephew's fault for being blind and blocking the way." All right. Since you're the one who came, Lao Tzu won't lower himself to your level. You can go back and fight on your own. Didn't that blockhead tell you what I'm going to do?" Punishment porridge's mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "When father came home, little nephew was on a mission. He hasn't come home yet, oh." Yu Qigong made an "oh" sound and instantly lost interest. He patted Punishing Porridge's head and said, "Your subordinates are not bad, but they are a little timid. They are all a bunch of cowards. When you are free, bring them to the barracks and let my son teach them a lesson." As he spoke, Yu Qigong yawned and left. Punishing Porridge quickly said, "Uncle Yu, take care." This, Punishment Porridge's subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. After Yu Qigong left, Yu Qigong's subordinates let go of Punishing Porridge's subordinates and minded their own business. Punishment Porridge wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and waved his hand to let his subordinates act as if they didn't see anything and do what they were supposed to do. This made the patrolling soldiers even more curious. However, even the eldest son of Duke Luo didn't dare to offend someone and had to pretend to be a grandson to save his life. How could they afford to offend someone like that? It wasn't just here. At this time, under the night sky of Jianghu city, from Anlu House and the Navy training ground beside Longsho Canal behind Anlu House, there was an uproar everywhere. Someone dismantled an entire broken ship. Then, for the purpose of dismantling it, he called over countless people who knew a little about carpentry, and arranged them neatly according to Zhang Feng's blueprint in the marine workshop. Then, groups of soldiers carried these wooden planks and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Jianghu city. As the night deepened, new and novel things were constantly emerging in every neighborhood of Jianghu city. As the sun slowly rose in the east, the people who had waited for a night couldn't wait to go out of their houses. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked by the things in front of them. Basically, there were 1 or 2 basketball courts on every street. The basketball courts were very simple. The streets of Jianghu city were basically left behind from the previous dynasty. They were all paved with large bluestones. Although some places were damaged and bumpy, in general, they were still flat. And these bowl-sized wooden pillars were erected in this relatively flat place. In the wooden manner, a square object was drawn on a wooden board. Under this object, there was a big, dark iron ring. Translator, WQL editor, Alim. On the wooden board, there was a square object drawn with ink. Under this object, there was a big, dark iron ring. After seeing this thing, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be that this thing is a basketball court? Chapter 901. The sky brightened a little. Cheng Chumo and the others got up early and rushed to Chang and city on horseback. Hao Chujun and the others were the most confused among them. They only knew that the dean was calling them. But they had no idea what he was calling them to do. Even when they asked Cheng Chumo and the others, they got nothing except rolling their eyes. Thus, they decided not to ask any further. They hurriedly entered Chang and city on horseback. It was the first time they came to Zhang Feng's tavern, but they had been looking forward to it for a long time. But they had never been here before. They stood at the entrance of Tonghui Square and looked at the strangely shaped backboard. They couldn't help but feel scared. This was what they were going to represent Chang and University and White Deer College to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. They were not prepared at all. They just looked at it for a while and then hurriedly followed Cheng Chumo and the others to the entrance of Yuelai Tavern. As soon as they got off the horse, Cheng Chumo began to shout loudly. It was hard for them not to know that this was Zhang Feng's tavern. After roaring for a while, Zhang Feng opened the door in a daze. After seeing the few people, he yawned and pointed inside the tavern. Since you're here, don't stay idle. Boil water, I want to wash up. They were stunned. Cheng Chumo glared at them. Why are you standing there? Are you waiting for Fengzi to make ready-made dishes for you? I'm talking about you. Zhang Feng lifted the curtain and was about to enter the bedroom. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and then entered the bedroom. Cheng Chumo glared at them indifferently. They didn't dare to say anything. In a flurry, some carried water, some cleaned up the house. 2 hours later. Only then did Zhang Feng appear in the brand new tavern. Looking at the people who were standing upright, he said, "Today's breakfast, go and settle it yourselves. As for today's training, all of you better open your eyes wide. Also, remember that basketball is played with your hands. If anyone dares to kick it with their feet, I'll break their legs and expel them from the White Deer Institute. Especially you, Chen Tiniu. You guys had better restrain yourselves, don't let me catch you." Cheng Chumo's face was instantly filled with distress. Fengzi, tell me, how do we do this thing? The news of what had happened at the entrance of the market yesterday had spread all over the mountain before the sky had turned dark. No one knew what to do with that magical thing. Who would dare to make something that could shoot up to 70 to 80 feet high with a single slap? Zhang Feng thought about it. This was indeed a problem. It was a problem. He couldn't help but say, "Eat first. I'll teach you guys for a day. Oh right, go to Swallow Descent restaurant and shout at Buggy. If he can't get up today, then don't come." Zhang Feng wanted to instruct everyone to cook, but when he looked at the crowd, who would dare to let them do it? At this moment, a voice rang out from the market entrance that instantly woke Zhang Feng up. "Young masters, you haven't eaten yet, right? This servant knows that Prince Zhang has something important to do with you young masters today, so this servant has prepared some food. I hope that you young masters will kindly accept it." Yuchi Yu had come. Today, she had brought along 3 servant girls and 3 servants from the Yuchi family. At this moment, each of them was carrying a large box of food. However, when she saw Cheng Chumo and the others, her expression unconsciously became flustered. Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but when he saw that the people at the door were all looking at Yu in a daze, what could he say? He only stood up and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mississippi." Yuchi Yu was very tactful. After putting down the food box, she left. It was as if she already knew that Zhang Feng didn't want to cook. She also knew that Zhang Feng was very busy today. Like a virtuous wife, she left after finishing what she was supposed to do. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. In the end, Zhang Feng only shook his head and said, "Eat. After eating, we'll start." The food in the box was very sumptuous. They were all things that Zhang Feng was familiar with. These things were all from him, so how could he not know? The food was very sumptuous, and they were all things that Zhang Feng recognized. After taking a closer look at the food box, he realized that these were all from his own store. The bamboo basket handle of the food box had the words, Chang and Restaurant, White Deer College Branch 37 written on it. How could Zhang Feng not recognize it? After eating extremely gloomily, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The basketball court in Tonghuifang was already filled with commoners who were watching the show. Everyone knew what happened last night, but they were all commoners. Who would dare to go out in the middle of the night? At most, they would just lean against the door and watch. Only this morning could they come out to take a look. Once they saw this guy, everyone wanted to see what Zhang Feng was going to do today. "They're here. Look, they're here." At this moment, at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, there was a sudden burst of excited shouts. Instantly, everyone turned around and looked behind them. They saw a group of handsome young men wearing sky-blue robes with the words, White Deer College, embroidered on the chest striding over. In an instant, the women in the crowd burst into a burst of starry-eyed exclamations. "Oh my God, this!" Chapter 902. Not only the onlookers, but even the women and the men with stubble on their faces were dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Feng and the others. Zhang Feng did not look sideways. He kept hitting the basketball and walked forward without looking sideways. At this time, Zhang Feng was thinking about how to quickly train these guys. As for Cheng Chumo and the others behind him, they were even more shocked. Since when had they ever made anyone show such an expression? Most of the time, when the people saw them, they were afraid. At this time, they could not help but copy Zhang Feng's posture. They stood straight as if they were going to the battlefield. They followed Zhang Feng closely with a cold face. As for Zhou Laiji and the others, they were a little bit worse. After all, they had not seen such a big scene. At this time, when they encountered such a situation, they could not help but be a little confused. Although they were a little disorderly, the onlookers screamed again and again. Cheng Chumo could not help but be angry. He grinned and stared at the fat woman who screamed the loudest and laughed. In an instant, that woman stopped laughing. It was as if nothing had happened. She looked around and cheered again under the ridicule of the woman next to her. Cheng Chumo was so angry that he glared at the people behind him. "You are so scared of such a small scene. What kind of future do you have? All of you better King be well." While talking, the onlookers took the initiative to open a path and came to the basketball court. Niu Weili had been waiting there with a large group of government runners. He seemed to have known that Zhang Feng was going to come here. A big table was set up on the side of the basketball court. The table was full of jars and jars. There were even all kinds of meat dishes and drinks bought from Chang and Restaurant. Niu Weili immediately greeted Zhang Feng when he saw him. "Ayaya, brother, you're finally here." Zhang Feng frowned slightly. "Lord Niu, you are." Niu Weili pulled Zhang Feng to sit at the table and said, "I heard yesterday that you were going to prepare for the mid-autumn hunt. I have nothing to help you with, so I prepared some drinks for you to drink when you are tired." Zhang Feng was speechless. He cupped his fist and said, "Then I have to thank you, Lord Niu. But Lord Niu, I have something to ask you later. You can go do it first. I will send someone to find you after this." When Niu Weili heard this, he was so excited that he almost knelt down in front of Zhang Feng. He waved his hands and said, "I'm not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry. There's nothing to do in the magistrate court today, so I might as well take a leave." "Ha ha ha, that's great. Lord Ox, please do as you wish." Little brother will be busy first. Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't drive Niu Weili away, so he didn't. He cupped his fist and walked into the basketball court. Li Qingqian and the others were still standing straight on the basketball court, as if they were being watched by others. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng entered the court, Niu Weili's voice immediately became sharp. Silence. Silence. Shut the *CK up. Whoever dares to disturb Prince Zhang is going against the Chang and local government. No one will have a good time in the future. After the three roars, all the onlookers gradually quieted down. They were not afraid of Niu Weili's threat, but most importantly, they did not dare to disturb Zhang Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't they be scolded to death if their own people decided to enroll in the academy, or if the news about this were to spread? It was because they had harmed Zhang Feng that the White Deer College's quota for the imperial examination 3 years later was taken away. There was a quota for the imperial examination every year. As for the mid-autumn hunt, if one fell behind in the mid-autumn hunt every year, 10 people would be taken away. 3 years, if it was 3 years in a row, as long as one was thick-skinned enough and didn't think it was shameful enough, one could give it a try. Therefore, every academy regarded the spring hunt and the mid-autumn hunt as the most important event of the academy. Even the birth of a son by a concubine wasn't as important as this. The honor of the entire academy was all here. At this moment, among the crowd, the people from the Imperial College had already squatted at the side and watched coldly. They didn't know what this thing that was bragging about was, but looking at its posture now, it really looked like it. The people from the Imperial College couldn't help but frown slightly. While they were frowning and discussing, Zhang Feng moved. Zhang Feng patted the basketball as he said, "Today, I will only demonstrate it 3 times. After that, each of you will have to practice dribbling. Niu Pihuang will bring 4 basketballs later. When the time comes, there will be 2 teams. Each team will have 2 balls and you will practice dribbling at the same time. 3 days, I will only give you 3 days. If you guys still can't familiarize yourself with dribbling within 3 days, then get lost." Zhang Feng's half-threat was indeed very effective. After all, this method was really effective against a wretched person like Cheng Chumo. At this moment, Li Qingqian asked, "Feng Zi, this thing is just padding?" Everyone, including the onlookers, had suspicious expressions on their faces. This thing could strengthen the body? Could it prolong life? Could it? When Zhang Feng heard this, he said, "I said that I will only demonstrate it 3 times. Now look carefully. For the first time, I will only demonstrate the entire movement and flow of the basketball. As for how much you can learn after that, it will depend on your luck." Chapter 903. Zhang Feng didn't have much hope that these people would be able to fully familiarize themselves with the game. After all, basketball wasn't something that could be learned overnight. Even for Zhang Feng, it took him more than 10 years to learn from primary school, high school, and then university. He even skipped dating to play basketball. Only then was he able to compete with the old man in basketball. As for the people from Imperial College who were watching, Zhang Feng didn't care about them at all. Zhang Feng knew why Niu Weili insisted on staying. It was undoubtedly because he was afraid that the people from Imperial College would cause trouble. Therefore, he stayed behind to keep the situation under control. However, was Zhang Feng afraid? Who was he afraid of? At this moment, he couldn't wait for those people to cause trouble. When the time came, he could submit a written complaint. Then, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort to play basketball this time. On the court, Zhang Feng lowered his head and looked at the basketball in his hand. Then, he looked at the court and frowned slightly. "Lord Niu, did you bring ink?" "Brother, what do you want that for?" Niu Weili asked hurriedly. The onlookers widened their eyes. Zhang Feng pointed at the court. He wanted to explain but gave up after thinking about it. "I'll have to trouble Lord Niu to find it for me." You'll know later. Here. Someone, bring me a brush and ink. Niu Weili didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and someone brought a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone to Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng glanced at the inkstone and said, I'm talking about a big bucket of ink. Huh? This. Wait a moment. I'll go personally. Niu Weili was stunned for a moment. He stroked his beard and thought about it. Then, he hurriedly left. Zhang Feng had no choice but to use a brush to draw a center line and a three-point line on the bluestone bricks. After explaining the rules of these things in detail, he said, Everyone, watch carefully. After that, Zhang Feng stood under a backboard. He lightly tapped the basketball on the ground and ran out quickly. He passed the ball and then dribbled. He shuttled back and forth between Cheng Chumo and the others. His movements were extremely graceful. This caused the surrounding commoners to cry out in alarm. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who smelled like Chinese medicine watched Zhang Feng's actions. He squinted his eyes and stared at Zhang Feng for a long time. Then, he hurriedly took out an ancient book and started to read it. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, I got it. Ha ha ha, I finally know the secret of Prince Zhang's basketball. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly looked at the doctor. When they saw that he was just a passing doctor, they couldn't help but roll their eyes and continue to watch Zhang Feng's handsome movements. When the doctor saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly held up a medical book and said, Look, this medical book once said that this thing promotes blood circulation, activates blood circulation, and relaxes tendons. Take a look at this. What is this? This is the 5 animal frolics technique written by the divine Dr. Huatua. You all know about the 5 animal frolics technique, right? This is an ancient book. At this point, the crowd was slowly attracted to the doctor. Doctor, which one do you think is better, Prince Zhang's basketball or the 5 animal frolics technique? The ancients didn't care about good or bad. They just wanted to know which one was better. After all, only those who could afford the book and those from the aristocratic families had the leisure to play with the 5 animal frolics technique. For old farmers like them, who dealt with the bankers all day long, how could they have the time to play with this? If they hadn't heard that Prince Zhang's game could not only be played by everyone, but also paid for and promised, they wouldn't be bothered to play with it. However, at this time, after seeing Zhang Feng's elegant movements, the crowd's thoughts changed. If my son, or even I, went to play, how many women would be charmed to death? However, at this time, when they heard someone mention the divine medicine god Huatua, they couldn't help but be a little interested. Didn't Prince Zhang's basketball make Zhang Feng want everyone to live longer? Seeing that someone finally responded, the passing doctor excitedly held up the 5 animal frolics technique in his hand and said, Look, this is the 5 animal frolics technique. However, compared to the one shown by Prince Zhang, I think the one in Prince Zhang's hand is better. Look at his every movement. Doesn't it look like he's practicing martial arts? His hands, eyes, nose, feet, and waist. Which one hasn't he used? This has already achieved the effect of promoting blood circulation in medicine. But that's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that young Master Zhang Feng can actually make people's hearts move at will, and he even adds some intelligence. In this way, the 5 animal frolics, when compared to his basketball, is simply, the student has surpassed the master. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, Huatua was the ancestor of all doctors. If he dared to say anything, he wouldn't be able to practice medicine until tomorrow. How could he be worthy of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? Chapter 904. At least half of the people in Chang'an were watching. After all, basketball had been rumored to be magical. Who didn't want to see for themselves whether it was true or not? At this time, the words of the doctor seemed to have grown wings and spread rapidly among the people. It was even spreading in the palace at this time. In the imperial study, Li Shimin was reviewing memorials and government affairs. At this time, Empress Zhongsun and Li Tai slowly walked into the imperial study. When Li Shimin came back to his senses, Zhongsun Wugo and Li Tai greeted. Then, Empress Zhongsun put a bowl of nutritious porridge mixed with bone-strengthening powder in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin said happily, "It's rare for Guanyin maid to remember me." "Second brother, what are you talking about? Compared to Zhang Feng and Prince Zhang, it's a far cry." Li Shimin laughed when he heard this. He drank the porridge and patted the soft couch to let Empress Zhongsun and Li Tai sit on the dragon throne. Then he said, "Speaking of which, this kid is teaching basketball in Chang'an City today. I don't know how it's going. I really want to take you to see it. Father, when I and Mother first came here, the palace maids and eunuchs were everywhere in the palace. They said that the things that brother learned were even better than the 5 animal frolics written by medical sage Hua." Li Tai, who was 7 or 8 years old, sat between Li Shimin and Zhongsun Wugo. He then thought for a moment and said, "However, I have learned it before, and have also seen father perform the 5 animal frolics. This is truly a gift from the heavens, so I believe that this is a mistake made by the people of the world." Li Shimin and Zhongsun Wugo couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. "Qing Ke, who did you hear this from?" "The people from the Ministry of Work said it." Hearing this, Zhongsun Wugo patted Li Tai's head and said, "Qing Ke, if those were just rumors, do you think your imperial father would let your imperial brother learn it?" When Li Tai heard this, he frowned and pouted. "Then Qing Ke, also wants to learn it. Once she learns it, she will only show it to imperial father and imperial mother." All right. When you grow a little older, I'll let you go." Li Shimin dotingly patted Li Tai's head, then signaled Xiao Gizi to bring Li Tai out to play. "Guanyin maid, why don't you come out with me to take a look?" Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore. It was actually something that happened in the morning. How long had it been? It was only noon, yet it had already spread to the palace. How could this be? This was simply faster than anything else, even the news of the retired emperor's birthday. Of course, Li Shimin knew about the bone-strengthening powder. As for this so-called basketball, Li Shimin was really looking forward to seeing if it was really as the rumors said. Zhang Feng never did such fake things. However, even so, Li Shimin still couldn't sit still. He wanted to see it for himself. Seeing it with his own eyes was the most important thing. It was just like the last time when Ouyang Sun went up the mountain. He was surrounded by stubborn people like Ching Chumo. If things went on like this for a long time, it was just like what Zhang Feng had said. One would be stained by the company one kept. Zhongsun Wugo was a little hesitant. Although she had long wanted to go out for a walk, she had to manage the huge harem. How could she just leave like that? Just as Zhongsun Wugo was hesitating, how could Li Shimin not see through her thoughts? He laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. "Come, prepare the palanquin for us to leave the palace." As Li Shimin left the palace, the Yuqi family, the Niu family, and the others couldn't sit still. Even those who were a little familiar with Zhang Feng all went to Tong Hui Fang. At this time, Zhang Feng had already lost count of how many times he had played the basketball. When the basketball spun 3 times on the basket and finally fell into the basket, Zhang Feng sat down on the basketball and panted without caring about his image. "How is it? Have you remembered it?" At the beginning, he said that he would only show it once. However, when he really played, Zhang Feng instantly recalled all kinds of things from his previous life. This memory couldn't stop. 3-point hurdles. Smashing the board, wiping the sides, playing over and over again. The things in his memory became clearer and clearer. At this time, looking around, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Ching Chumo's legs had been standing for a long time. A whole 2 hours. Zhang Feng played for a whole 2 hours. Not to mention Cheng Chumo, even Li Chengqian and all the onlookers were dying of envy. Seeing Zhang Feng speak, several people impatiently surrounded him. Feng Zi, don't worry. This thing is too simple. We've already seen it. Who told you to dawdle for 2 hours? You should have let your brothers come up long ago. Yes, yes, yes. Get up. Don't sit on the ball. Give it to me. Several people helped Zhang Feng up without any explanation. Then, they dragged him to the bench and threw him to Niu Weili. Then, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to hold the basketball and weigh it. Hey! This thing, isn't it Kuju? While speaking, Cheng Chumo subconsciously kicked out. Bang! Chapter 905. The basketball drew a beautiful parabola and quickly flew toward the onlookers. As the basketball flew out, the crowd could not help but burst into exclamations. F***ck. This young man is too reckless. Is this ball really something from the sky? How did it fly up to the sky with a kick? Who the F***ck knows? But now it seems that the effect of prolonging one's life is real. Niu Weili naturally knew what happened here yesterday. Seeing Cheng Chumo kick the ball away, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Quick, someone come and get Prince Zhang back. No one is allowed to touch the ball. Niu Weili, the little county magistrate, at this time, played his role of seduction and power. After a few roars, basically no one dared to move. They stared blankly at the basketball. After a parabola, it hit a person's head. That person touched the place where he was hit excitedly and kowtowed. In this way, it was instantly a mess. Although no one touched it, they sent their heads to be hit by the ball. After a lot of effort, the basketball finally returned to Zhang Feng's hands. At this time, Zhang Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at Cheng Chumo's face full of ridicule, he said, I'm going to set a few rules now. If anyone dares to throw the ball indiscriminately, kick it indiscriminately, or damage the basketball, no matter who it is, I, Zhang Feng, will not give him a basketball in the future. You guys also supervise me. If anyone dares to kick or smash the ball, catch them and send them directly. Did you hear that? What is this good thing? This is a good thing that Prince Zhang asked for from the heavens with great difficulty. It's something that will help us live a good life. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll give him 30 strokes of the paddle first. Niu Weili saw that Zhang Feng was angry and hurriedly took over the topic. He could not help but say nothing. It was not like everything had to go through his hands. It would be strange if he was tired to death. Well, Feng Zi, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that this thing is exactly the same as Kuju, so I couldn't help but kick it. Seeing that Zhang Feng was angry, Li Chengqian hurriedly explained what had happened yesterday to the others. At this time, Cheng Chumo finally knew that he had stirred up trouble and hurried forward. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not say anything. He waved his hand and said, for your team, Li Gan will be the leader. Ma Zhou, you will be the leader of Hao Chujuan's team. Of course, the leader position will be given to whoever trains well and learns fast. For this hunt, we will choose between the 2 leaders. When Zhang Feng said this, Hao Chujun, Ma Zhou, Li Chengqian, and the others instantly exploded. Although Li Chengqian and the others didn't care about a small captain, what was this? This is a matter of face. Then, Zhang Feng waved his hand, and several people scrambled to get on the court. According to the rules set by Zhang Feng, they slowly thought about it. Seeing that everything was like a child playing with a rubber ball, but it finally settled down, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Originally, Zhang Feng really didn't think of setting these rules. However, it was really like the old saying that nothing could be accomplished without rules. Under his and Niu Weili's words, it was really effective. This seemed to be the servility in the bones of the people in this era. If you let them go and let them play, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. But now, the rules were set. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open and looked seriously at the people in the field, imitating them. Seeing this, Zhang Feng thought for a while, then looked at Niu Weili who was sitting at the side and asked, "Master Niu." Seeing that Zhang Feng called, Niu Weili hurriedly responded. Zhang Feng continued, "I have something that you need to do for me immediately." Seeing this, Niu Weili said seriously, "It's about this basketball, right? Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. It's done." Hearing this, Zhang Feng took out a piece of white paper from his arms and said, "This has what I need. From now on, I will have to trouble Master Niu to help me pay attention to the merchants in Lingnan. As long as you see what is written on the paper, buy it for me regardless of the price. Of course, regarding this basketball, Master Niu will also pay more attention to it. After all, this is made by us two brothers." With a big hat on his head, Niu Weili instantly smiled until his mouth was about to split into two halves. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about the basketball. After all, this thing was made by Zhang Feng. Everyone knew that. However, if this was handed to him, Niu Weili seemed to feel that the hat on his head was rising at this time. "Ayaya, brother, what do you want me to say? This matter is just a matter of a sentence. Look at you." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, took a sip of beer and said, "Don't worry, there is enough oil in this. I am going to move to a rubber factory in Shao Mountain, and the raw materials for this thing are the same as the raw materials for the basketball. However, the raw materials for this thing are in Lingnan Road. I don't have much time to do this thing now, so I will need your help in purchasing the raw materials." Chapter 906. Zhang Feng sat there for another 4 hours before he slowly walked away. Basketball was simple. As long as one grasped how to operate the basketball, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to master the game after 3 days of training. The mid-autumn hunt this time was basically stable. However, there was still one thing missing. Zhang Feng had no choice but to do it himself. When he entrusted Niu Weili with the task of finding the rubber, Niu Weili immediately sent someone to call the market's broker. The broker looked through the Lingnan merchants in Chang and today and recently and found something. Therefore, Zhang Feng waited for more than 4 hours. When he finally managed to squeeze out of Tong Huifang, he instantly felt that his ears were much quieter. Although there was still a buzzing sound, it was much better than before. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette happily and sat at a fermented glutinous rice wine stall at the entrance of Fadong City, slowly drinking fermented glutinous rice wine. After 3 bowls of glutinous rice wine dumplings, Zhang Feng saw the Lingnan merchant in green and brown clothes that the broker had mentioned. He was walking into the market listlessly. After the merchant set up the stall, Zhang Feng pretended as if nothing had happened and slowly walked forward with his hands crossed. Kicking the black rubber material with the tip of his foot, Zhang Feng asked, "What is this thing?" The merchant seemed to be used to it when he heard someone asking. He changed his posture from leaning on the basket to lying on a linen cloth. He did not even lift his eyelids as he said, 100 copper coins for 1 piece. Choose what you want. Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little surprised. He remembered that the 3 pieces of rubber last time cost 30 copper coins. Why was it so expensive? "Shopkeeper, can you tell me what this thing is? Why doesn't it look like jade? Why is it so expensive? Are you trying to trick me?" At first, the merchant seemed to want to ignore Zhang Feng, but seeing that Zhang Feng was actually arguing, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Little kid, what do you know? The last time someone came to the Tang dynasty, he also sold 3 pieces of resin the size of a human head and earned 30 copper coins. The resin I brought is of superior quality, much better than his." Indeed. This time, regardless of whether it was the degree of preservation or the color, the rubber was indeed different from the previous one. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chat with the shopkeeper again. He couldn't help but secretly praise the businessman from before. He was really king genius. After that group of businessmen returned from the Tang dynasty, they actually began to hype up rubber, and this man was the biggest victim. He bought all the rubber from that businessman with all his property. But when he came to the Tang dynasty, he was completely dumbfounded. Who the ck would want this thing? By the time he realized that he had been deceived, it was already too late. Now, he didn't even have food to eat, let alone the travel expenses back home. That was why he was so careless when Zhang Feng asked him earlier. He really didn't have any strength left. And this made Zhang Feng see a glimmer of hope. He turned around and went to the Chang'an hotel not far away, got a plate of braised meat and a bowl of noodles, and put them in front of the man. The man was surprised at first, and then looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't mean any harm, he wolfed down the food. But when he ate, his snot and tears almost made Zhang Feng vomit. After finishing the meal, Zhang Feng pointed to the Chang'an hotel and said, "Let's close the stall and talk about a big deal." "How about it?" The Lingnan merchant didn't even think about it. He closed the stall, wrapped it in linen, patted his butt, and followed Zhang Feng into the Chang'an hotel. Now he was alone, and there were 10 carriages of resin that no one would want even if he gave it away. He didn't believe that this young man would deceive him. More importantly, what else could he be deceived about? Originally, the Chang'an tavern did not entertain people who were not well-dressed and smelled like a fox. However, after seeing Zhang Feng's waist token, the attitude of everyone in this branch changed 180 degrees in an instant. They all bowed and bent their knees. This made the Lingnan merchant feel flattered. The two sat down. Zhang Feng poured a cup of tea for the merchant, and then slowly said, "How much is this thing in your Lingnan?" "No one wants it. No one wants it even if it's rotten on the streets. Ding Duo just takes some back to burn when there's no firewood." After the Lingnan merchant finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Does the young master like this thing?" He vaguely remembered. After a Kambo went up, he said that a young man had bought this thing. Originally, this thing was brought to block the leaking of water in the carriages, but he didn't expect that he just casually mentioned a price, and that silly boy bought it. This was the purpose of his advocacy after returning to Lingnan. He also saw that this thing was actually bought as a treasure for a young master who hadn't seen the world. If it was someone else, who would want it? But now, he faintly felt that this boy seemed to be that fool. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhang Feng was not a fool. How could he not know the merchant's nature? He drank the tea lightly and said, "I'm a little interested. But as for the specific use of this thing, it depends on the price you mention. If you have a lot of it, I'll naturally buy more. But you have to tell me the use of this thing first. Otherwise, why should I buy it?" Chapter 907. When the Lingnan merchant heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeply. He didn't know what Zhang Feng was planning, but for the sake of the bowl of rice just now, he still said, "Young man, since you look familiar, I'll tell you about it. This thing actually doesn't have much use. Other than being able to start a fire, the kind that is full of smelly smoke, it can only be used to block leaks. Do you know how to refine this thing?" Zhang Feng interrupted the merchant and asked. The merchant was stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes. That's good." Zhang Feng put down his teacup, put his elbows on the table, and stared at the merchant. "What's your name? I have a good job here. Listen to it first. If you agree, we'll start from today. How about it?" The merchant did whatever he could, but at this moment, he was attracted by the good job Zhang Feng kept talking about. He nodded subconsciously. Zhang Feng then said, "I plan to buy this resin at a price of 100 copper coins per stone, but I have a condition. That is, you have to make it to the way I need it. I'll provide you with a workshop in Chang'an. As for your access to Chang'an and the Tang dynasty, as long as you do it well, one of my businesses in White Deer College may also cooperate with you. How about it? The merchant was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "Young man, you are Zhang Feng?" Hearing that, the merchant trembled all over. Anyone who had been to Chang and would know who the county magistrate was, but this Zhang Feng was someone he must know. Not only was he generous, but he was also kind. No wonder no one cared about him after being in Chang and for so long. Now, someone was so kind as to treat him to a meal. It turned out that he had met Zhang Feng. Moreover, Zhang Feng's miraculous methods were the dream of all merchants. Now, he actually met him. The merchant hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Little son Gowa greets President Zhang. Zhang Feng didn't reject this kneeling. Instead, he accepted it with a smile. Rubber is a good thing. Not only was it a raw material for making basketballs, but it was also needed for rubber factories in the future. Looking at son Gowa, Zhang Feng said indifferently, "What are you doing? Get up, get up, get up and talk." Seeing this, only then did son Gowa stand up timidly, bowing his back and not daring to sit down even if he was beaten to death. "Let me ask you, how much of this resin is there in Lingnan?" "Many. Basically, the mountains and plains of my hometown are filled with these things." "Alright, I don't care how you buy it or how much you buy it. I'll only pay you 100 copper coins. Moreover, you need the special ingredients that I want. Do you understand?" Son Gowa was not a fool. The reason why he said that it was 100 copper coins was basically nonsense. In Lingnan, 3 copper coins per caddy was already a sky-high price. Although it had been hyped up by the previous person, the price was still not high. After all, other than Zhang Feng, no one else would buy this thing. It was basically a no-cost business. After finalizing some things, son Gowa went out happily and sent 10 carts of resin to Niupai Huang. After dealing with the rubber matter, Zhang Feng could not help but sit in the restaurant and slowly eat and drink. The promotion of basketball was bound to need basketballs. Now, only the basketball in Li Gan's hands, and how many would be produced tonight. However, it was still a drop in the bucket for the whole of Chang'an. He did not dare to imagine what would happen after the Tang dynasty was promoted everywhere. Just like cigarettes. Even if there were hundreds of people smoking cigarettes day and night in Tonghui Square every day, it still could not keep up with the consumption rate. That thing. It was simply too much. These were all things that needed to be dealt with. If one wanted to open a cigarette factory now, one had to wait until the academy was open. The food factory that was located at the entrance of the mountain was already enough to be criticized. If one were to start something else before the academy was open, not to mention others, even Yu Shernan and the others would scold him to death. After dinner, Zhang Feng walked out of the Chang'an hotel dizzily. As soon as he walked out, he bumped into someone. After taking a closer look, Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. "Yo, Lao Li, long time no see. Why are you here?" The people who came were Li Shimin, Zhang Sun, and the fourth prince, Li Tai, who knew that Zhang Feng was drinking here. Seeing that Zhang Feng recognized them, Li Shimin pulled Zhang Feng into the Chang'an hotel and then sat down in a private room on the second floor. Zhang Feng then saluted dizzily. "Little brother Zhang Feng greets sister-in-law." Empress Zhangsun had not been addressed like this for a long time. She nodded as a form of acknowledgement. "Are you brother Zhang Feng?" At this moment, Li Tai, who was hiding behind Zhang Sun and Wu Go, stared at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Zhang Feng smiled and squatted down. "Yes, who are you?" "My name is Li Dan. Li Gan is my elder brother." "Huh, Prince Zhang, you guys chat. I'll take Dan out for a walk. I haven't been out for a long time and Dan is panicking." While speaking, Zhang Feng got up and sent Zhang Sun and Empress out. Li Shimin then laughed and scolded, "Good fellow, now that you have something good, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Chapter 908. Zhang Feng didn't know how to answer. He said awkwardly, "You haven't come for so long. I thought something had happened to you. How is it? Have you settled the matters at Longyu Road and Qiuzi City?" Hearing Zhang Feng's question, Li Shimon's eyes flashed. He tapped his finger on the table a few times and said, "How can things be settled so quickly? Those soldiers have set up camp in Qiuzi City. Now that the people are panicking, it's even more chaotic. This time, I came mainly to ask you about the flintlock you mentioned. I heard from Qian that you found a coal mine." Li Shimon asked the last two words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Although the Imperial Guards had already surrounded the restaurant when the two of them entered, Li Shimon still had to be extra careful. After all, the Guanlong aristocrats and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were everywhere. He was a little afraid. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "Didn't you already send old Niu there? Do you still need to ask?" "Yes, I did. But I'm still feeling uneasy. Tell me if there's really a coal mine there. If there is, I'll find someone to buy the land now, and then, wait." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimon and said, "So, you really don't hesitate to take what I found as yours?" Li Shimon couldn't help but be stunned. "We're brothers. What's mine is naturally yours." However, Li Shimon felt that something was wrong when he said that. He hurriedly said, "I bought the land. How can you not have a share of it?" Zhang Feng heard this and let Li Shimon go. "That's more like it. However, there's a high chance that there's coal in piling. But I'm guessing that it's deep coal. It'll be a little difficult to mine it. After all, I'm just guessing. As for the specifics, I will have to wait for Old Cow to return before I can make a decision." Ever since Li Shimon found out about the coal mine, he had been thinking about it. Now that he heard Zhang Feng's words, he was relieved. Chang'an City finally had its own coal mountain. As for whether or not it was easy to dig, that was not something Li Shimon should think about. As long as there was, there would naturally be people who would have a headache over it. However, Zhang Feng asked again, "Lao Li, the sword you mentioned last time, you should have brought it back, right? How long has it been?" Li Shimon could not help but smile. Still thinking about it? What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to renege on his debt? Zhang Feng was unhappy. "I told you, Lao Li. You promised me. I haven't seen this thing yet. Ayaya, this gun and the steel will be difficult to deal with." Li Shimon could not help but laugh. He laughed and scolded, "You brat, well, I can't get it back in a short time. You should know that this kind of treasure from the previous dynasty is accompanied by great risks once it travels on the road. It has already arrived in Liangzhou from Qiuzi City. However, I dare not touch it for the time being. After all, once we pass Liangzhou, we will be in the territory of the Li family in Longnan. So, we have to be careful." Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but frown. He had not done anything yet, but the Li family in Longnan and the Wang family in Taiyuan had already made a mistake. He really did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. He could not help but be immersed in the whole bag. After a while, Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and said, "It seems that we can only be really safe after the gun is out." Li Shimon spread out his hands and agreed. "By the way, how is the basketball thing? I heard about it before I entered the Guanyi Road." Zhang Feng was surprised and said, "How many days has it been?" "The basketball thing has already spread outside the Guanyi Road?" Zhang Feng doubted the authenticity of the thing. Although it was him who spread the news personally, he did not expect it to spread so fast. It was simply impossible. Of course, it could not spread so fast. It was all Li Shimon's casual talk. Seeing that Zhang Feng was serious, Li Shimon did not know what to say. He laughed and said, "Well, it's because this thing came from the 5 animal frolics." Zhang Feng did not bother to argue with Li Shimon about the origin of the basketball. After all, he could not explain it clearly. After chatting for a while, Li Shimin could not help but ask, Fengzi, I heard about you's matter outside. What are you going to do? Now, the news that you were kicked out of Shao Mountain by your fiancé has already spread. Do you know that? Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked, which asshole is so good at spreading rumors? Li Shimin's face turned serious. How can you say that? It doesn't matter if this is the truth or not. What's important is that now the people have seen it. You left your fiancé and confidant on the mountain and went down the mountain to fool around with you. Stop, stop, stop. Zhang Feng can't listen to it anymore. What do you mean by fooling around? I haven't even held her hand before. Zhang Feng shouted that he had been wronged, but Li Shimin only chuckled. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Since you did it, you must think about the consequences. As Li Shimin spoke, he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, how about it? Now think clearly. Your marriage can't be delayed any longer. Chapter 909. Reputation was worthless to Zhang Feng. As long as he thought it was right, Zhang Feng would do it. He couldn't be bothered with what others would think of him. But after hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhang Feng was startled. It was fine if he didn't care, but the White Deer Institute couldn't ignore it. Over the past few days, although these people only asked about it, they didn't say anything. But Zhang Feng knew. They had to make a choice for themselves. However, even Zhang Feng himself was a little confused at this moment. Zhang Yuyao was a good girl. What about Jingshu? She was also a one-in-a-million woman. But, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old Li, I think we should wait for a while. I haven't thought about it yet. As for the reason why I went down the mountain, I don't need to tell you. You should already know, so, Li Shimin smiled helplessly. So, you still want to drag it out? Let's not talk about dragging it out. Forget it, let's stop here. I'll make arrangements. Zhang Feng stopped him and said, Lao Li, let's not talk about this. I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Now that the rubber issue has been settled, I plan to set up the rubber factory. But you know that White Deer College hasn't opened yet, so I plan to put the rubber factory at Niu Pai Huang first. Once the college's factory is built, we'll move there. How about that? Also, there's the steel factory. As long as there's coal, it's not a problem to smelt steel. I'm worried about leaving it at the foot of the mountain. But once it's started, it can't be stopped. Also, the textile factory hasn't started construction yet. Once the carpenters on the mountain finish the things that the college needs, so, you're saying that you want to be a hands-off boss again? Li Shimin asked straightforwardly. Zhang Feng chuckled when he heard this. Lao Li knows me best. However, Zhang Feng sighed again and said, as you can see, the mid-autumn hunt is imminent. I don't feel at ease leaving this matter to others. I only trust you now, so, you understand. What Zhang Feng said was the truth. After the mid-autumn hunt, it would be the mid-autumn poetry meet. After the poetry meet, it would be time to open the hospital. There wasn't a single day of free time in between. If Zhang Feng put all his experience into this, even though Zhang Feng wasn't worried, if something went wrong, it would be fatal for White Deer College. This was also the result of Zhang Feng going down the mountain to calm down. Biting off more than one could chew. At this moment, Shao Shan was facing such a situation. Papermaking, smelting, and everything else were being done. However, the important construction of the academy and the teaching of the students were stagnant. A few days ago, the students on the mountain had some problems because they had nothing to do. How could Zhang Feng not know? Li Shimin also knew what Zhang Feng was thinking. After thinking for a while, he shook his head gently and smiled. You just have to settle the matters at hand first. As for the rubber factory, why did you put it at the Niu Di Huang? Because of the basketball? Li Shimin couldn't help but think of something and asked. Zhang Feng nodded. Li Shimin didn't know what to say. After all, at this moment, even he couldn't abolish the rules of the mid-autumn hunt. Hence, he could only rely on Zhang Feng's own abilities. As for the basketball, he had seen it on the way to the pub just now. The more he looked, the more Li Shimin felt that it was something that little kids played. He didn't know if it was because Zhang Feng didn't teach it properly or because this group of kids hadn't learned it yet. If during the mid-autumn hunt, Zhang Feng wanted to bring these guys to participate, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a headache. Fengzi, if you really can't do it, I'll find you a Kuju team. However, Zhang Feng interrupted him and said mysteriously, don't you believe me? Li Shimin smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't believe you, but look at that group of guys, what are they doing? How is it possible? Seeing that Li Shimin kept asking about this, Zhang Feng seemed to have expected a little. This time, his topic with Lao Li was too heavy. It was a little stuffy, and it was because of this stuffiness that Zhang Feng noticed that Li Shimin seemed to have something on his mind. After all, bringing a family out, wasn't this to relax? Was there such a way to relax? Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin until Li Shimin felt a little unnatural. Then, he said, Lao Li, you are a person who doesn't hide your thoughts. Did something happen? It was fine if Zhang Feng didn't say it, but when he said it, Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. He did have something on his mind, and it was very heavy. However, no one had noticed it for such a long time. How did this kid find out? Was there really something different about him? Could he read people's minds? Li Shimin immediately smiled and said, before you asked, I really didn't notice any problems, but now that you asked, I do have something to ask you. Zhang Feng thought to himself and said, what's the relationship between the two of us? Say it. Li Shimin heard this and sat silently for a moment. Then, he slowly asked, what do you think of the current imperial court? Chapter 9-10. Zhang Feng didn't expect Li Shimin to ask this question and almost choked to death. He stared at Li Shimin and said, Lao Li, can we talk about something else? If this thing is heard by outsiders, you will lose your head. You are a businessman. Even if there are people in the imperial court who covet you, you don't have to talk about the imperial court like this, right? Won't you die faster? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng in amusement and said, why, are you so afraid? But let's not talk about anything else. Just treat it as a topic of conversation. This is our own business, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Feng heard this and thought, that's right. Then he looked out of the window worriedly. Li Shimin was angry and amused, this is the second floor. Why do you think someone would dare to come up here to eavesdrop? Isn't it because I am afraid of being eavesdropped? Zhang Feng shrugged and said seriously, actually, I do have something to say about the imperial court. But Lao Li, you'd better treat it as a joke. Don't spread it. Li Shimin nodded. Let me say it first. After saying this, Li Shimin stood up with his hands behind his back and tried to recall, when we came out of the cooperative, in fact, whether it was Guanlong, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, or those people from the aristocratic families, they had restrained themselves a lot. Especially because of the benefits of your bone-strengthening powder, the emperor has not given these people a chance to choose again. Zhang Feng nodded his head and said, these things, you heard it all from Lord Changsun there, right? Hearing this, Li Shimin did not answer. Instead, he said to himself, you guessed right. That's exactly the case. However, haven't you noticed that Guanlong's people have been very low-key recently? They haven't even come out to cause trouble. When Li Shimin said this, Zhang Feng really remembered. Logically speaking, this was definitely not the style of Guanlong's people. At this time, especially when it came to the matter of white paper and the braised meat, according to their temperament, there was bound to be a debate. But at this time, they didn't say a word. This is not normal. Li Shimin said. In an instant, Zhang Feng realized that something was wrong. However, Zhang Feng instantly thought of a possibility. Wasn't this the kind of business war that was mentioned in the movies of the later generations? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After the 8 waters of Chang'an, the emperor and the retired emperor reshuffled the court. At this time, not only the people of Guanlong, but also the aristocratic families, as well as the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, basically didn't show up, until the matter of the immortal ointment. Could it be that they were planning something big? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lao Li, if you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten about this. Seeing this, Li Shimin said, now you also realize that something is wrong, right? Zhang Feng nodded, his expression grave. Lao Li, if you are a person of Guanlong, if you see an enemy, such as me, are you suspecting that I am a person of Guanlong? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked jokingly. Zhang Feng repeatedly waved his hand, this is just an example. I am making an example, understand? Although Li Shimin didn't understand that barbecue was an example, he still nodded and let Zhang Feng continue. If your enemy's business, at this time, that is, I am developing all of this, after seeing all of this, after seeing it, would you be jealous? Yes, the things you have done during this period of time, if it were anyone else, such as Niu Weili and you, they would be jealous. Seeing that Li Shimin wanted to drag you into it again, Zhang Feng quickly said, isn't that right? The problem now is that after the immortal ointment incident, these people basically didn't do much. This is not normal. This is simply not Guanlong style, don't you think? Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression became grave. Although Shao Mountain was basically under the control of the Imperial Guards and Yuqi Gong's barracks, if these people wanted to cause trouble, they didn't have to put all of their attention on the mountain. But now, it seemed that these people didn't do anything at all. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel even more irritated. Feng Zi, don't play riddles with me. Just tell me what you know. Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear him. He played with the bamboo beer container with one hand, turning it over and over again. After a while, Zhang Feng slammed the table and said, Lao Li, I got it. Li Shimin was shocked by Zhang Feng's sudden action. He hurriedly asked, what did you think of the mid-autumn hunt? Zhang Feng said simply and directly, you see, generally speaking, according to the usual pattern, this newly opened academy will participate in the mid-autumn hunt. And the news will only be sent to me 10 days before the mid-autumn hunt. Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of this matter. After all, he really didn't think about this aspect. He asked, you mean, this mid-autumn hunt is a test from those people in the imperial court? They want to destroy your academy? No wonder Li Shimin always felt that something was wrong. Since Fang Xianling came up with the reward and punishment list, he basically didn't have as many things to do as before. But this wasn't a good thing. Instead, it made Li Shimin feel that something big was about to happen. Now that he thought about it. Really, something big was about to happen. Even if these people know that I'm in charge of these 2 places, they still want to do it. What is this? This is premeditated. Guanlong 8 clans, I want to see what you can do this time. Chapter 9-11. Zhang Feng was afraid of death, so most of the time, White Deer College was the Crown Prince's property. Even the retired emperor became the honorary vice dean. What was this? This was a warning to the world that if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to know who was behind the college. Chang'an University was relatively weak. However, Li Shimin was in charge of the construction of the college and everything that followed. Anyone with a bit of status in the imperial court should know about this. Moreover, the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang, had announced his resignation in court. Then, Li Gang had joined Chang'an University. Last time, Cheng Chumo and the others had captured people all over the city and thrown them into Chang'an University. Then, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet had personally met with the Emperor. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Many people knew about this. However, why did this new college receive an invitation to this year's mid-autumn hunt? Why did the invitation only reach the college 10 days before the mid-autumn hunt? The strangest thing was, why couldn't the people of Jianghu University find a kuju broker even if they wanted to? Previously, Li Shimin had thought that it was because of the rush of events, but now, Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but emit a murderous intent that was hard to conceal. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Don't get angry. Those people are waiting for us to get angry. Besides, this matter isn't something you can solve. I'm a viscount now, so naturally, they won't dare to do anything. However, if you panic at this time, you'll probably become a breakthrough point for Guanlong. Trouble will naturally find you. Therefore, before the mid-autumn hunt, you'd better focus on your business. As for the rest, I have my own plans." If Li Shimin was really a businessman, then he really couldn't do anything. However, was he really a businessman? "Feng Zi, you don't know, but these days, Lord Zhongsun has often talked to me about this matter. The Emperor also feels that this matter is too strange. Now, the Emperor wants to deal with the people of Guanlong, but he found that these people are abnormally obedient, so the Emperor feels that something is wrong." Zhang Feng said, "That's why you're here today, right?" Li Shimin nodded. On the contrary, Zhang Feng laughed, "Look at the current imperial court, it's basically an iron bucket. If they are stubborn, they can go and try it. I really hope that they will try it with our Emperor." Li Shimin speechlessly picked up the bamboo tube and bumped it against Zhang Feng's. "You brat, you really wish for the world to be in chaos. If His Majesty really had a direct confrontation with Guanlong right now, what are his chances of winning? Now, the Emperor is already badly battered because of the Turkic matter and the matter of India. If the people of Guanlong jump out at this time, then the Emperor may really start a massacre. At that time, won't the Tang dynasty really be in chaos? You have a good plan, boy. It's fine if you don't think of a good way for the Emperor, but you also, okay. Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin and rolled his eyes, "So, I'm just a freeloader here?" Li Shimin smiled and said nothing. Zhang Feng slammed the beer can on the table. "Do you really think that Lao Tzu didn't think of this? Actually, I thought of this when I received the immortal ointment last time." Zhang Feng leaned closer to Li Shimin and continued, "There is a mole in the court, otherwise, how could he bring this thing up to Shao Mountain? How could he let your people pass? Businessmen who can go up Shao Mountain usually have the obituary of the Ministry of Works or the official documents of the Jianghu and local government. Without these two things, how could your people, Lao Li, let him go up the mountain? In other words, among your people, there are also people related to Guanlong." Hearing this, Li Shimin's face changed greatly. This was the thing he didn't want to see the most, but now, Zhang Feng said it. What did it mean? Could it be, Li Shimin couldn't help but think carefully, those who can go up the mountain. Now, I have entrusted the matter of Shao Mountain to Lord Zhongsun. Lord Zhongsun, naturally. Could it be that something happened to Lord Zhongsun's people? Li Shimin couldn't sit still at the thought of this. It was really possible that it was the Ministry of Personnel. After all, the Ministry of Personnel used to have the silver of these aristocratic families. Although Li Shimin took some of it, there must be some left. Thinking of this, Li Shimin realized that the forces in the court still needed to be sorted out. I have discussed this matter with Lord Zhongsun before, but these people don't show up now and don't make trouble. Even the Emperor can't do anything about it. Tell me, what should we do about this? This time, Zhang Feng was really stumped by the question. After thinking for a while, he said, "This matter is really a bit difficult to deal with, but let me ask you, is the Ministry of Personnel involved in this mid-autumn hunt?" Li Shimin nodded, "Yes, it was jointly set by the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Rights. After the Emperor approves it, it will take effect." Do you mean to wait until after the mid-autumn hunt? Chapter 9:12. Li Shimin knew that Guanlong's people wouldn't let this matter rest. But who would have thought that their goal was the mid-autumn hunt? And it was something that Li Shimin cared about the most. What were they trying to do? The Imperial College was basically monopolized by the aristocratic clans and became a stepping stone for them to promote their own disciples. Chang'an University and White Deer Academy, not to mention the teaching philosophy of these two academies, they were different. Although they knew that the academy was the property of the emperor, they also knew that it was a place where the emperor prepared to nurture his own people. How could they tolerate such a thing happening? Wrong. Li Shimin originally thought that Zhang Feng's novel teaching philosophy would be able to fool these people. After 3 years, he would become famous in the imperial examinations and directly replace the Imperial College's position. That was why Li Shimin promoted White Deer College to the same position as the Imperial College. But now it seemed that, these people wanted to completely destroy Li Shimin's foundation. Even though Zhang Feng kept emphasizing that they should wait for the mid-autumn hunt, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. If it weren't for his lowered eyelids, Zhang Feng, who was sitting beside him, would have noticed it. Li Shimin looked at the indifferent Zhang Feng and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Did you prepare something?" "Of course I haven't." Zhang Feng smiled. Li Shimin was stunned when he heard that and said, "Then you." Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry?" "Even if the sky collapses, the emperor will naturally hold it up." "Don't panic. As for what you said, I naturally remember. I have a plan here. Do you want to hear it?" "Say it." Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly. The so-called plan is actually to deal with the current situation in India. Think about it. If the emperor could really deal with the Guanlong aristocrats, why would he delay it until now? And why would the Guanlong people choose to attack our academy at this time? Because not only did our academy gain paper white, pork belly, and the top blacksmiths of the western region in this short month, but they also knew about the bone-strengthening powder and the accumulated reputation on the mountain. That's why they chose this time to act. Li Shimin was shocked. "Do you mean that this incident between the Turks and India was planned by Guanlong?" "No. They don't have the guts." Zhang Feng shook his head and dipped his finger in the teacup. Then Zhang Feng roughly drew a few circles on the table and said, "The Guanlong aristocrats have been living in the north for a long time. Naturally, they have a lot of interactions with various forces in the north. Therefore, although they can't control a war at this time, their strength is in business. If they make a little move in business and spread the news about the emergence of the Tang dynasty, or cut off the trade routes of those people, don't you think the Turks will be angry? As for Guanlong's people, they only need to say a few words. If they have the time, they can change a dynasty." Li Shimin was shocked. "What you mean is that those good merchants are the foundation of a country?" "No, the merchants are transporting goods. Their purpose is to circulate the goods. Old Li, you should know about this. Among the things they are transporting, there are goods. However, I think you, Old Li, will know what else." "Information?" Li Shimin asked subconsciously. But the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't help but gasp. No wonder. No wonder he felt that something was wrong during this time. There were no changes in Chiuzi city for the time being. The army in Tubo was like a hot knife through butter. In Jinla, the army of the Tang dynasty obviously didn't go there. But why were the 300,000 troops of India still probing the periphery and there were no signs of an invasion? At this time, the numerous matters made Li Shimin suddenly see the light. Just like what Zhang Feng said, the merchants were not only transporting and circulating goods, but also spreading some things that the enemy wanted to know. Could it be that the Guanlong people wanted to use the foreign forces to suppress the main forces of the Tang dynasty? Then what? Could it be that this mid-autumn hunt was the time to completely fall out with the Guanlong people? Li Shimin wanted to get rid of the Guanlong people in one fell swoop, but now that it was the critical moment, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Fengzi, are you saying that during this mid-autumn hunt, will the Guanlong people take drastic measures, just like Emperor Yang of Sui? Li Shimin felt a little thirsty, but he still asked what he wanted to ask the most. Zhang Feng heard this and nodded. They won't. Don't worry, they really don't have the guts. But I have a gift for them during the mid-autumn hunt. Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but feel happy. He quickly asked, what gift? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and was a little speechless. Why do you always like to eat carrots and worry about other things? You are a small merchant, just do your own thing. It's best if you don't ask about these things. Chapter 9:13. Li Shimin's eyes flashed and said with a smile, aren't we concerned about the national affairs? It's boring to drink here, so we might as well talk about it. After all, it's good for us too, isn't it? You said that our industry is getting bigger and bigger. We should know a little about these things. It's only good for us, isn't it? What if one day it changes? Sure. Zhang Feng hurriedly covered Li Shimin's mouth and looked around. Are you King crazy? You dare to say this kind of thing? Do you really not want to live anymore? Talking about the state affairs will really cost you your head. Why can't King think of this little thing? Zhang Feng was really scared by you. He seriously doubted whether Li Shimin had bumped into something. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing? Zhang Feng was completely awake from his drunkenness. He said in a deep voice, it's not as complicated as you think. If my guess is right, that person has already thought of a countermeasure for this matter. And you can just keep your worries in your stomach, can't you? Do you really think that person doesn't do anything? In fact, that person has already calculated these things that you think of. Li Shimin's eyes flashed and asked, what did that person calculate? Fengzi, can you tell me? If he could think of it, he wouldn't have felt so bored during this period of time. If Zhang Fengyi hadn't mentioned this Guanlong noble clan today, Li Shimin would have really forgotten about this existence that made him incomparably fearful. During this period of hiding, when he heard Zhang Feng's words at this time, Li Shimin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have a plan? Zhang Feng still didn't want to say, but after Li Shimin drank a few bamboo tubes of beer, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and squatted on the bench and said, let me tell you, I see that you're my brother. Otherwise, I won't bother to tell you. You won't understand even if I tell you, do you understand? Li Shimin's mouth twitched, but he still nodded with a smile. Yes, 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 you're right. Come and smoke, let's light a cigarette. Li Shimin hurriedly lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then said, if you want to say that this matter is difficult, it is indeed a bit difficult. But who let our emperor be an emperor for all eternity? If he can't even think of this, then he doesn't deserve to be an emperor. Why don't you say it? Li Shimin's face stiffened and urged. This time, Zhang Feng said slowly, His Majesty has already laid a big net. Li Shimin's eyes widened. Zhang Feng glanced and quickly stopped Li Shimin and said, don't ask. I'll tell you, the people of Guanlong are like thorns in the emperor's eyes. If the Tang dynasty wants to rise, it is necessary to eradicate these nobles. What is centralization of power? What is the emperor? This is the emperor. Don't you want to know what His Majesty is planning? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Come here, I'll tell you. Li Shimin saw this and immediately surrounded him. Zhang Feng then said, in fact, you and I both know this thing. I said before that it is to attack Wei to rescue Zhao, but this is also my understanding. As for His Majesty's words, I think His Majesty is waiting. Attack Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Shimin had heard Zhang Feng say this before, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Now that he heard Zhang Feng say it, he quickly asked, since His Majesty has already made a plan, why is he waiting? What is he waiting for? Li Shimin had a stomach full of question marks, but this guy seemed to be asking for a beating. Li Shimin was so anxious that he wanted to strangle him. Zhang Feng took a sip of tea and said under Li Shimin's anxious gaze, His Majesty is also waiting for the mid-autumn hunt. Don't ask why. Because Guanlong and the others are hiding like tortoises. Even if His Majesty wants to deal with them, wouldn't he have to wait until they show their heads first? But these guys are shrinking their necks and pretending to be cowards. The White Deer College incident obviously went through His Majesty's hands, but His Majesty didn't stop it. Do you know what this means? This means that His Majesty has already started making arrangements. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and put the cup in his hand on the table. Then he said, Guanlong and the others will only give themselves away during the mid-autumn hunt. Think about it. Based on His Majesty's personality, would he let them off easily? What if His Majesty doesn't? Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and stood up with the beer in his hand. He paced back and forth in the room. The cigarette between his fingers flickered. Only then did Zhang Feng say, once His Majesty is soft-hearted this time, it will inevitably alarm the Li family of Longnan, the Wang family of Taiyuan, and the other people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Once they are alarmed, they will unite with the Shandong aristocrats and the remaining forces of Guanlong. At this point, Zhang Feng's voice abruptly stopped. Then he quietly looked at Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin's forehead was already full of cold sweat. He had already guessed the outcome. Zhang Feng said faintly, so, do you understand now? Chapter 9:14. Li Shimin had already understood. However, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he realized that the situation had reached a critical point. Although these forces were usually hidden, once something happened to them, they would immediately appear. At that time, the Tang dynasty would be completely destroyed. Now that Zhang Feng had found the coal mine, an idea slowly emerged in Li Shimin's mind. The mines were basically monopolized by the 7 big clans. Now, every new mine in his hands would be exploited by the landowning clans. Li Shimin also knew that at this time, whether it was the Wang clan or the 8 clans in the north, they should have noticed Qiuzi's plan and the current situation in the Tang dynasty. The mid-autumn hunt was a turning point. At this time, Li Shimin was more interested in the firearms that Zhang Feng mentioned. If the firearms were really as mysterious as Zhang Feng said, then even if there were only 5,000 imperial guards in the imperial city, Li Shimin was confident that he could use them to wipe out all the landowning clans. And there would be no losses. This was the best way Li Shimin could think of at this time. As for other plans, those landowning clans had existed for so many years. Who didn't have any connections? To deal with these people, he either didn't touch them, or he would take them down in one fell swoop. This was Li Shimin's plan. At the thought of the firearms, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask again, Feng Zi, the current situation is that we don't know the situation in Qiuzi City for the time being. And the mid-autumn hunt is in 8 days. During the mid-autumn hunt, Guanlong's men will take action. How powerful is your firearms? Powerful. At the mention of the firearms, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with pride. This thing is incredible. While speaking, Zhang Feng pushed open the window on the 2nd floor and looked around. Then, he pointed to a pagoda in the distance and said, "Where is that? How far is it from here?" Li Shimin took a look and said, "That's the pagoda of the Transforming Life Temple. It's about 5,000 steps away from here. I'm asking about the straight-line distance." Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned as if he had thought of something. He measured the pagoda with his palm and said, "If it's a straight line, it should be about 1,000 steps. 1,000 steps? He. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "If I tell you that I have a way to take the head of anyone on the pagoda from 1,000 meters away without any crossbow, would you believe me?" "Like hell I'll believe you." Li Shimin blurted out subconsciously. "This thing, he had only heard of it in myths and legends. In reality, could it be done? Even the Zhuge divine crossbow, which was specially used to attack cities and kill cavalry horses, couldn't have such a range. But in the next moment, Li Shimin suddenly remembered what Zhang Feng had said before. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Could it be that the firearms you're talking about can reach such a range?" Li Shimin couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. "It can, but this kind of thing needs to be tested for at least 3 months. Moreover, it needs to wait for the firearms to come out. Ordinary firearms have a range of up to 150 steps, and the most important thing is that the bullets carried by this firearm, you can think of it as arrows. This kind of thing can be carried by a person for at least 200 shots. If you specifically want this kind of thing with a range of 1,000 steps, give me a month's time, at least after the Mid-Autumn Festival. After I come up with the Red Barbarian Cannon, damn it, Lao Tzu will place 2 cannons at the entrance of Shao Mountain. Although it can't reach a range of 1,000 meters, this distance of 500 meters should be easily covered. What's the most important thing? Do you know? How would Li Shimin know about these things that he had never heard of before? Now that he heard Zhang Feng talking about it excitedly, how could it be possible that the starting distance was more than 100 steps? If that was the case, as long as the soldiers here wore those impenetrable shields, who would be able to stop them? At this moment, Zhang Feng was already drunk beyond words. Otherwise, how could he have said such things? However, he wasn't wrong. If it weren't for the technical reasons, once the sniper rifle came out, Obviously, Li Shimin was already attracted by the Red Barbarian Cannon that Zhang Feng talked about. In his opinion, this Red Barbarian Cannon was even more awesome than the firearms. He hurriedly asked, "What's the most important thing? Tell me." "Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." Zhang Feng waved his hand and let Li Shimin help him sit down. Then, he picked up a bean and hooked his finger at Li Shimin. Then, he threw the bean into the cup with all his strength. In an instant, a large splash of water appeared in the cup. At this moment, Zhang Feng pointed at the cup and said, "You can think of this cup as the market at the foot of Shao Mountain. This bean is the cannonball shot out by the Red Barbarian Cannon. Do you understand now? Cup? Shao Mountain? The market?" Then, Li Shimin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. "Let's go, Fengzi. Let's go up the mountain now. Let's go." Chapter 9:15. At the same time. At the entrance of Tong Hui Fang. Niu Pai Huang squatted on the ground with grievance, hugging 4 basketballs tightly. No matter how much money Li Qingqian and the others offered, he refused to sell. "Don't ask." He asked because it was young Master Zhang Feng's decision. Anyway, Niu Pai Huang already knew that these guys were Zhang Feng's subordinates, so he wasn't afraid. At this moment, even Empress Zhangsun, who was sitting on the table prepared by Niu Weili, was a bit irritated. This Niu Pai Huang was a stubborn person. Not selling. Not selling even if he died. Only Zhang Feng. Fine. Empress Zhangsun finally waved her hand and patted the head of Li Tai, who was happily gnawing on the pig trotters, and said, "You guys go play ball. I think Feng Zi and your father will be here soon." Hearing this, Li Qingqian's gaze deeply cut into Niu Pai Huang, and he angrily returned to the court. As for Li Tai, seeing Li Qingqian and the others enter the court, he waved the pig trotters in his hand and cheered loudly. After watching for a long time, he finally stared at Niu Pai Huang, who was hugging the basketball tightly, and said, "I'll trade with you." As he spoke, he took out a piece of jade and a stack of banknotes. Niu Pai Huang looked at the pig trotters in Li Tai's hand, swallowed his saliva, and shook his head vigorously. Although he didn't know how much banknotes this rich young master had, this was Prince Zhang's item. Even if these stubborn people wanted to buy it, he wouldn't sell it. Just based on a little kid like you, he wouldn't care about you. Niu Pai Huang glanced at Zhongsun Wugo, and then looked at the cold expressionless face behind Zhongsun Wugo. He fearfully hugged the basketball and distanced himself. At first, he was really worried. However, just a moment ago, a person called Sun Gua came with 10 carts of some resin. He said that Zhang Feng brought word that this thing was the raw material for making basketballs. In an instant, Niu Pai Huang, who was still worried about the raw materials, beamed with joy and almost knelt down before Sun Gua. After knowing that Sun Gua was arranged by Zhang Feng and was a free laborer, even the stingy woman instantly pulled Sun Gua in to work with a smile. Only then did Oxhide Huang have time to hold the basketball to see what Prince Zhang valued so much was. He took a look. He immediately saw the problem. This thing was really something. In the hands of these stubborn people, it was as if the ball had come to life. If it weren't for the fact that these stubborn people were still holding the basketball in their hands, he would have thought that these guys were fighting. At first, these people were still a little unfamiliar with Zhang Feng's techniques. However, after 6 hours, these people actually managed to grasp some of Zhang Feng's techniques. At the very least, his movements were much more graceful. She didn't know if it was because this madam was sitting here or something else. In short, the few of them were very concerned about their image. At this moment, with a commotion among the onlookers, 2 sedan chairs slowly appeared here. Although the onlookers glanced at them, they didn't attract too much attention. After all, there were too many sedan chairs here today. Many people were numb to them. Li Shimin lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and watched the game in silence and interest. At this time, Zhang Feng finally woke up with the shaking of the sedan chair. He took the opportunity to get out of the sedan chair and find a place to relieve himself. When Zhang Feng got out of the sedan chair, the onlookers, who were focused on watching Li Qingxian and the others play basketball, instantly became excited. Zhang Feng finally squeezed through the crowd and found a place where there was no one to relieve himself. At this time, Niu Pai Huang's voice sounded behind Zhang Feng. "Prince Zhang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This voice almost scared Zhang Feng to death. He hurriedly finished relieving himself and stared at Niu Pai Huang, saying, "Can't you see that I'm relieving myself? Can you at least pay attention to your image? What image can I have?" Niu Pai Huang was stunned, but he didn't take it to heart. He hurriedly handed the basketball hidden in the sack to Zhang Feng and said, "I made 4. Li Shimin also saw this scene. Walking down from the dumpling, Li Shimin came in front of Zhang Feng with his hands behind his back and asked, "This is the basketball?" At this time, Niu Pai Huang obviously paid a little attention to the basketball. Not only was it polished, but there were also some decorative patterns carved on it. After a layer of beautiful paint, the basketball instantly had that kind of smell. Zhang Feng patted the basketball a few times and then handed one to Li Shimin, saying, "This is for you. If you have nothing to do, exercise more." Li Shimin didn't refuse. He smiled and asked, "How much is the cost of one basketball?" Niu Pai Huang looked at Zhang Feng and then looked at Li Shimin. Under Zhang Feng's signal, he said, "Not counting the labor costs and the materials Prince Zhang found, 10 copper coins is enough." "Then, how much are you selling it for now?" Prince Zhang set the price, 100 copper coins. Li Shimin heard and nodded. Gizi. Xiao Gizi, who was standing behind Zhangsun and Wu Go, hurriedly came forward. Li Tai also came forward. "Give him 500 copper coins, I'll buy these." "No, these are Prince Zhang's things. I'll only give them to young Master Zhang Feng." Niu Pai Huang held the remaining few balls in his hand tightly and shook his head. Zhang Feng found it funny and said, "He's my brother. From now on, he'll be the one to talk to you about basketball matters. The extra money is a reward. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Li Shimin took the remaining 3 basketballs from Niu Pai Huang with a smile. He wanted to try, but when he saw so many people, he didn't want to lose face. He just waved to Empress Jiangsun and Li Qingxian and said, "We'll go up the mountain first. You guys wait here and practice well. If anyone dares to slack off, you guys wait for me." Li Qingxian and the others were shocked. They hurriedly said no. Then, Li Shimin pulled Empress Jiangsun and Li Tai pulled Zhang Feng, and the other three slowly walked in the direction of Shao Mountain until they were far away. Li Qingxian then glared at everyone. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you communicating? What's there to practice? Your dad took the ball away. How are you going to practice with this one ball?" Hearing this, Li Qingxian instantly looked at Niu Pai Huang, who was preparing to leave. "Kid, I'll give you 10 basketballs before dark. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will set the house on fire for you." Chapter 9:16. Li Shimin and the others slowly arrived at the gate of White Deer College. Yu Shernan and the others, who had received the news, were already waiting at the gate. Although Li Shimin's identity was not exposed, everyone knew that Lao Li had a deep relationship with the dean. The basic construction of the college was funded by him. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was not disgusted by Yu Shernan and the others' personal greeting. Once they got off the carriage, Yu Shernan and the others cupped their fists and greeted them. After Li Shimin and Empress Jiangsun greeted everyone, they pointed at Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu, who were at a loss, and said with a smile, "These two are Zhang Feng's, cough cough." When the children saw the graceful and luxurious Jiangsun Wu go beside Li Shimin, they were first stunned. Although Empress Jiangsuan's clothes were simple and one could not tell that she was an empress, her arrogance still made people unable to look at her. But who was Jingshu? After gently touching Zhang Yuyao, the two girls came to Empress Jiangsuan's side and said, "My daughters Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu greet Madam Li." Jiangsun Wugo also fell in love with these two girls in an instant. Jingshu was needless to say. She was a daughter of a respectable family and was exceptionally intelligent. She should have known her identity long ago. As for Zhang Yuyao, her face was always red, as if she was afraid of everything. Anyone could not help but feel pity for her. Jiangsun Wugo came forward and held each of their hands. She said with a smile, "Good, good, good. Both of you are good girls. This is my first time coming to Shao Mountain. Let's go take a look." After Empress Jiangsun and the others left, only then did Zhang Feng get out of the palanquin. "Oh, all my esteemed teachers are here? Go, 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 why are you all standing here?" Yu Shernan glared at Zhang Feng and said, "This is your place. If you don't say anything, how can we break into your room? There's no need for that. I'll get Fengzi to accompany me to the workshop. If you're interested, why don't we go together?" Li Shimin interrupted them with a smile. Since the emperor had spoken, what else could they say? He could only nod and point into the distance. "Lead the way. What are you waiting for?" Oh oh oh. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by their actions. He grabbed 2 basketballs from the palanquin and tossed them to Shiva, who was standing at the side like a wooden chicken. Then, he led everyone up the mountain. Shiva was completely dumbfounded. He didn't notice that the ball had hit his head. By the time he reacted, the ball had already left his head and landed in the hands of the students who were watching. Oh my God! Is this the basketball that the dean made? Is this the thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life? Hey! Isn't this Kuju? Come, come, come. Who knows how to play this thing? Come, I know. It's played with your hands. Come, senior. Teach us. Okay. Let's do it together. I heard that the dean is currently working on the mid-autumn hunt. Shiva only recovered from his shock when he heard the clamor of the crowd. However, he still felt that he was dreaming. He couldn't help but pull a student who was passing by and said, "Senior, can you hit me?" That person was dumbfounded. He looked at Shiva suspiciously and was about to leave. Shiva quickly gave him a cigarette. That person coughed and said, are you sure you're itching for a beating? Do you want to be beaten? Shiva nodded. You can try hitting me, or I'll hit you. Bang! The man didn't wait for Shiva to finish speaking before he punched Shiva's face. That instant of pain made Shiva realize the reality of the situation. This wasn't a dream. This was King real. The Emperor. The Emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually brothers with Zhang Feng? What the *CK, what was going on? Was the Emperor of the Tang dynasty all so casual? How could this be? At this time, Shiva was already in a mess. He couldn't understand what the Emperor and Zhang Feng were thinking. However, he remembered that not long after Zhang Feng gave him a suggestion, the Emperor actually agreed to trade with Zhenla. And then the banknotes, the cooperative, and the fine salt. Now it seemed that it was all the dean's doing. Shiva couldn't help but feel that Zhang Feng's mysteriousness had increased by another notch. This made Shiva even more desperate. If this was the case, then this college and the fact that he could go up the mountain made Shiva break out in a cold sweat. This was all approved by the Emperor. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him at this time. Shiva couldn't help but take out a small notebook from his chest and write with trembling hands, I am the mysterious Dean of White Deer College. I am brothers with the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng's teacher is the most dangerous, mysterious, and respected person in the Tang dynasty. He is the reverse scale of the Tang dynasty that I, Zhenla, must never offend.